for you new people, I only have one rule. Everyone fights, no one quits. You don't do your job, I'll shoot you. You get me?
We get you, sir!
Welcome to the Roughnecks.
Ratcats Roughnecks!
Here we go, here we go, here we go. I am live from my studio, my place in Las Vegas. I need a name for my new studio. We gotta come up with an alternate name. I am not at Red One today. Kyle has he is with the family. I did Kyle things, and then Michelle and Carly, as we already know, are in. I am watching this inevitable unfold.
The whole thing. People don't think I'm going to put the measuring stick to their motherfucking face. They better just watch what they say around a motherfucker who's beating them in every area. And if someone is beating you, just ask them. Just
whoever could that be?
Your bitch is better than mine. How'd you get her? That car's way more than mine. How'd you do it? You make more than me. What's up? Like, just fucking ask. And that's the thing. People aren't humble enough to ask. That's my shit. It's got to be across the board.
Wes needs to humble up and stop being so sensitive.
Fuck you.
Shaq says,
humble's for the weak-ass motherfuckers. Have you ever seen the definition of humble? Low opinion of oneself. That's what these lames who don't have anything, that's what they base everything off of. They're not even worked it or they'd have it.
Gotta highlight this and show that there's a fair
I got
election.
a question for Destiny. Destiny, Destiny, yes! Destiny, do you still believe in open marriages after your wife left you?
I'm not talking to you.
After your wife left you.
You're an actual loser. You are an actual loser.
After your wife left you, do you still believe in open marriages?
Alex, you can't afford me.
Yeah, what? Because you're rich?
You can't afford me. No, you can't afford me. No, because you're a broke fucking loser. You cannot afford any of my time.
You're mad at me for calling out your wife, yet your wife bangs other guys. Like, why do you get mad at me? You try to ban me from events. You try to get me blackballed from stuff. Yet you're the one whose wife is cheating on you.
All right.
Dude, you're a cuckold. You're a cuckold. You're a cuckold.
Cry, yes,
You're
cry.
a cuckold.
I love it. I love it. How fucking mad you are. Yes,
No,
be
I'm
mad.
not
Be mad.
Does anyone think that Destiny passes the green line test here?
You're so fucking mad. Why'd you go harass a woman upstairs or some shit? It's the only way you'll ever get near one. You're such a fucking loser. Get the fuck away from me. What are you even doing up here? Yes, you're a fucking loser. You're a loser. Why are you talking to them? Hey, bro, I know that you're hungry for my cock. I know you're so hungry for this clout. You wish you could have a fraction of my clout. Oh, look, there's so many women up there you can go and harass. Go do it. Go do it. Go do it. Don't smile at me like a creepy fucking Chucky doll, bro. Go upstairs.
I'm a pimp on a blimp. While your girlfriend's getting blacked every night.
It's like a worse version of Alex Jones in every conceivable way.
Your wife left you.
Yes,
dude.
I've heard you say the
got all
same
that
shit
money.
for 4 years.
All that money and your
Get a
wife
new
still
script.
leaves
Get a
you.
new script.
Hey, yeah, you have all that money and your wife still leaves you.
And that's fine. There's plenty of other fish in the sea, buddy.
I know, because you're gay.
Look at all these
Go
people
have
up here.
sex with one of your
Thank you.
boyfriends.
Yes, I will. Yeah, absolutely.
We love it, guys.
Is that what
Let's
you want
cheer
from me?
it.
Is that what you're here to beg for?
No, I'm just saying.
If you want, we're in Austin. They're accepting people here.
You know I'm
trying to be nice.
You know I try to be nice.
No, you're hungry for attention. You're hungry for. I'm not trying to blackball you from anything. If anything, you're getting blue-balled right now. Get the fuck off the stage, you fucking loser. What are you doing up here? I know, yeah, you can keep screaming the same thing.
He's an actual cuckold.
So,
on that note,
hold on. I think what somebody forgot to tell Alex is you're supposed to submit your questions through the Minds app, not come up on stage.
that didn't
What
come in
was
through
the
my
question,
phone.
by the
was
way?
The definition of cringe. Greetings, everyone. Sorry, I'm going to only give you those two for the intro today because I think we're just going to jump right into it. It's too good not to. Welcome to my humble abode. This is my my sort of make-do studio in Las Vegas. I hope the sound is okay. Give me a 1 in the chat if the sound is okay. I realized that the clip volume of the first one was pretty low. That was just the way it was recorded. It's not what I'm doing right now. Also, let's see. Can you guys hear this? Are you getting this? Are you getting the sound drops? I'm just wondering if we're hearing the sound drops on these things too. I'm just wondering because I don't know if it's coming through on the thing. Lift my shirt. You want me to? I'll be happy to lift my shirt. I lift my shirt damn near every single show. Oh, you can't hear him. Okay, that's fine. Thanks. The Stream Deck. I have got no earthly idea what's going on with the Stream Deck. It's okay. Don't worry, Sam. Thanks for the help though. Much appreciated. I'm still busting my ass trying to figure out how to get the Stream Deck to be an input at the same time as the as my Behringer over here. I've got a digital in. I usually use this for my guitar. So now I've got the very cheap Rode mic, and I've got a new arm, everything. I think it looks pretty good in here. I tweaked the Sony Z10, so everything looks pretty good. Yeah, you like that? Yeah. By the way, that's my I am a nerd. There you go. That's my hobby desk back there. So there you go. Yeah, so let's see. Are my arms shaved? God damn it. No, I'm sorry, you caught me. I'm not contest ready. Let me tell you, God, I wish I would have downloaded this video. But my good friend Drew Bay, who is also part of the Masculine Geeks crew that I frequent quite often. If you are so inclined, if you're a nerd just like me and you are sick and tired of the wokesy bullshit, please subscribe to Masculine Geek. I play a Dungeons and Dragons game with these guys probably like once or twice a month. And anyways, one of the guys who is one of our good friends, actually amongst others, amongst Ryan and Aaron Clary's played with us before in the past. But no, Drew Bay hit 50, and he decided he wanted to compete in a master's category bodybuilding contest. Now he is in Florida, and that's his thing. He's a fitness guy. He's written a bunch of books on this stuff. He's a nutritionist. He's like a real, a real nutritionist, a real bodybuilder. And so anyways, right before his 40th birthday, or excuse me, his 50th birthday, he decided he wanted to compete in bodybuilding contest. And looks pretty damn good. I mean, he definitely held his own. I don't know that he won, but I know that he placed in the top 10 for sure. And so he just put up this video, and it would have been perfect to tag onto the end of this. Is he was in you know how like when you go through Walmart and you go through the of course no one knows about Walmart, no, right? You go through the self-checkout line in Walmart, and they have that video monitor that says you're under surveillance, so you don't steal anything, because we're trusting you. We're trusting you to scan everything because we don't want to pay any employees to do it for us. We would rather you guys do it. But they have that one video monitor to let you know that you are actually under surveillance. Drew Bay goes up there, he starts flexing, he does like most muscular, and he's like, does one of these things up there. So yeah, he lifts his shirt up, dude. I trust me. You know what? Sam, don't ban anybody just for talking shit about like bodybuilders and everything else. Please, just like let's use the lightest touch on today on the ban hammer today, because I got a feeling this is gonna be some funny shit. So yeah, I've got the longer version of that. I'm going to talk about that a little bit today, which was interesting because it was on topic for what I wanted to get into this week, actually. And I have a new post that's going to be arriving on Substack tomorrow morning. So I've decided to take a new tact, just so you guys know. I think what I'm going to end up doing is for the show topics that I do for this show, unless it's something that's really timely and I have to sort of redirect my course, unless things are, changed drastically, I think what I'm going to end up doing is I'm going to incorporate my Substack articles for the week to coincide with the this pod class that is on Sundays at 1 p.m. Pacific, 4 p.m. Eastern every Sunday. And I think that will help a lot of people with a little bit more understanding of the stuff that I'm getting into, because as fun as it is to, eat up the nice cheesy nachos that is the red pill today, I think we need to get some more nutritional value. So I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to start. You really want me to lift my shirt up? I'll tell you what. I am going to go to Miami. I'll be in Miami the 14th, May 14th through the 19th, and I will be going to the White Party, which is the White Party for Babes in Toyland. That's the biggest white party event that, actually, I should say the biggest event that Babes in Toyland does. And I've already talked, Jesus Christ, you know, whenever I see this stuff, I talked about this like twice last week, bro. I really did. and I'll be happy to get into it again. If you super chat that, I'll be happy to get into that again. But the long and short of it is I will be in Miami 14th through the 19th. I will be at the White Party on the 18th, which is Saturday evening. That's always a good time. You're definitely going to want to watch my Instagram. If you don't subscribe to my Instagram already, you're going to want to before that weekend. I am also considering, I think I'm going to do it. Actually, I think I'll pull a trigger on it. I'm going to charter a deep sea fishing boat again. I usually do this once or twice a year with like good friends of mine. I invite them on the boat, and all I ask is I pay for the boat, just cover the tip for the crew and the fuel charges. That's all, and I cover the rest of it, which is usually about anywhere from $1,500 to like $2,000, depending on how long we go out. But it's always a good time. It's always a lot of fun. And I'll tell you what, I will take my shirt off on that trip. There you go. I'm much more comfortable these days. You know why I'm much more comfortable these days? Because I don't look like this. I thought it was interesting to see like Destiny going head to head with somebody who was like just up in his grill, and the same goes for Andrew Wilson, who, by the way, I think held his own pretty well. I'm not going to dig too much into the mind. That, by the way, that was Minds Fest that I didn't get invited to, unfortunately. Yes, but there are some people who did get invited to it, and I'll run down the list of names here really quick. Obviously, Destiny was there. I don't know who Brian Kalin is. Eliza Blue, of all people, really, Eliza Blue was somebody that you want to have on there as a mind of which to explore. Peter Boghossian, I don't know who that is. Jamie Kilstein. Well, Chris Williamson, which I haven't seen any clips from this dude. Destiny, of course, was there. Bill Ottman, Aaron Wolf, Luke Rudkowski. Let's see. Jack Posobiec, I know him. All the rest of these I don't really know. Well, Tim Cass was there. Ian Crossland was there. And obviously Alex, what's his face was there. Alex Jones showed up, but also the other Alex who was all up in Destiny's Grill was there. Now, why am I showing both of those? Because I thought it was an interesting parallel. You've got Andrew Wilson, who, quite honestly, I think he kind of held his own pretty well. And I'm a little bit conflicted about the video, the event, the live event that Myron and Fresh were producing. I thought it was a good idea. I thought it was a great show. Kind of reminiscent of the show that we did here in Las Vegas when it was myself, Aaron Clary, Jake Shields, and Marquette was on there. Got it? Did I get it right? Marquette was on there, and Myron and Fresh, of course, and myself. And it was we billed it as an Access Vegas show, and that got a lot of good press, I think. And I don't know if the guys were trying to sort of recreate that or if this was a Rumble thing. I can only imagine this was sponsored by Rumble, because I know the venue they were at. I'm pretty sure I know the venue that they were at, and it ain't cheap. I know they were selling tickets to this thing. It was a live event. I know that I was asked to be on this. I couldn't do it because, like I said, I'll be out there in the middle of May. Mike and I would have done this, but I think it was just logistically, it was kind of impossible for us to do it. Although I would have loved to have been part of this panel. But I thought it was interesting in the sense that I feel like we've kind of like crossed a Rubicon here, or we've crossed into a different sort of, we've leveled up, I guess, in a way. It was a good show. I like the idea of it, but I don't think the execution was actually probably what Myron was expecting it was going to be. There's a lot of dudes in the audience. I don't think that there was going to be, I didn't think there'd probably be too many women there anyways. And then, of course, later they did okay. All right. So this behind me right here, that is a signed guitar by all the members of Van Halen, with Sammy Hagar, Van Hagar. So that's what that is. Actually, I'm going to be putting that up in the new Red One Studios when we are actually considering moving to a bigger apartment in Jade Apartments, which is where Red One Studios is. And I just recently picked this up, actually. And I think I'll probably put it in the new Red One Studios. Getting back to it, the show with there were other people there. I mean, fucking Miguel was there, and Charlie from Cultivate Crypto, Dollar Cross Crypto. I mean, freaking Miguel's my partner. You know, he was there. You know, speaking his mind. He looked pretty good too. I mean, he's got his jacket on and everything. That's what crypto will do to you, by the way. I'm allowed to give him shit because I talk to him and see him every day. But Andrew Wilson was there. I'm not even sure who the other guy was next to Andrew Wilson. I don't know who the gentleman was next to Wes, but and then of course Charlie was there and some other guys were there. I'm not familiar with some of these dudes, but yeah, it was interesting to say the least. And the reason why I say we've kind of crossed a Rubicon here is because Wes Watson, sorry, I was scrambling for his last name. The reason I think we've kind of crossed into an interesting threshold here is, as you guys know, last week's show, I was explaining how I think it's kind of things are escalating, and to be the next big deal, you've got to be more outrageous and more high volume than you got to speak 10 decibels louder than the guy that's next to you. Otherwise, the kids on Rumble don't hear. Like, apparently, you have to yell at the top of your lungs, or else the kids on the Rumble chat don't actually hear you. And so when I see Wes Watson, I understand who the guy is. I understand his, Lord knows, I understand his backstory. Okay, we got it. Not a word, not a sentence is started with "when I was in prison." Okay, well, we got that. Thank you. Can we move on? What else do you have? What substantial thing do you have? Right? And I think maybe Myron and Fresh are trying to maybe try a different angle here. They're trying to. It's what we used to call the success porn grift. And I don't mean actual pornography. I mean, it's like success as pornography, like success porn. It used to be, in fact, I've written an article, I've written probably 4 different essays about this. But again, this was back in 2019, right before the election cycle, where everybody wanted to suddenly pivot out of the red pill and into sort of the success guru, thing. Okay. Is that what you're going to get? Here we go. There you go. Wait. Work out. You're weak. There you go. Because if you do it in all caps, that's what it means. Right? I don't think Chris actually watches this show. Otherwise, he would know. It's funny. It's like, this is going to be a real, like, this is why I said, Sam, use lightest touch today. Because we're going to get shit like that. We're going to get stuff like that. And I think what's interesting is it's like people are going to end up eating their words because they haven't seen me recently, right? Or maybe this is the first time they're ever watching the show. And I think it's funny because, like, I can go and do Access Vegas and people be like, "Oh, Swallow Tomasi, whoa, is he on gear? Is he on TRT? Oh, he's cheating, blah, blah, blah." You know, I can't win, right? I absolutely can't win. It's like, they won't let me own this. I actually work out with Hide Yamagishi. Go look him up. And then you ask me if I work out, bro. Do you even lift, bro? Yeah, at Powerhouse Gym in Las Vegas. I'm damn near every day except for Sundays, because I'm doing this for you guys. I would be there. But yeah, I thought it was interesting because it was this sort of meeting. You want to talk about minds, meeting of the minds. This is much more productive, I think. As odd as it sounds, I think the talk, such as it was on Fresh and Fit, was much more productive than anything I saw on the Minds Fest or whatever it is. Quite honestly, I think it is mostly Minds Fest is really sort of a circle jerk for everybody who's sort of in the in Destiny's circle or whatever. It's, by the way, it's also Lauren Chen, who's, Tenet Media. That's how they get people like Chris Williamson, and that's how they get people like Tim and Ian Crossland on this. So there you go. Do you shave your arms? No, I don't shave my arms. Do I shave my arms? Should I shave my arms? I kind of go right up to here. I do shave my chest. Is that okay? Does that mean I'm cool? Well, you think so? I don't think so. Maybe yes, but I think he's basically riding a wave. similar to, and this is Andrew Wilson, and no flame on Andrew. We're very close personal friends. I think a lot of people think if I talk about Andrew, there must be some beef. It's not, no beef. I like Andrew a lot. I think what's funny is like I posted a sort of a sly response tweet to that exchange, right? And people go, oh, people think they got you, right? Like, oh, Rollo, like if I'm being sorry, sarcasm does not work on Twitter whatsoever because people are too binary thinking. Well, mostly these autistic children. If you have ASD, if you're somewhere on the autism spectrum, you're probably thinking like Drax from like what Guardians of the Galaxy, right? Do you remember that scene in Guardians of the Galaxy where Star-Lord, Chris Pratt is talking to Drax, Batista, yeah, and he says, oh man, was that too much for you? Did that go over your head? And Drax is like, nothing goes over my head. I'm too fast. I would catch it. and he's like, Star-Lord is kind of like, okay. And then he understood. Drax in that sense is very much on the spectrum, right? Everything is ones and zeros. Everything is A or B. Everything is binary. Everything is fucking literal. And so when you post anything on Twitter, even when I am talking right now, and when there's clips that are going to be made of this that are, I'd be surprised if they're not already made before I even end the show. That's when people go, oh, here's what he really meant. No, how about I tell you what I meant, right? But there's no room for metaphor. There's no room for allegory. There's no room for poetry. There's no room for art. There's no room for wordsmithing, I guess. Maybe that's a better term. Like, again, that's like sort of an allegory, a metaphor, right? But those things simply don't work, especially with the Rumble crowd, with the Rumble kids right now, Zoomer Rumble, Rumble Zoomers, rumors, resumers. The idea is that unless you specific, like everything exists in black and white, right? Everything that they say, anything that proceeds from someone's mouth is exactly what they mean. And there's no nuance. There's no room for alliteration. There's no room for, like even inside jokes anymore. And so when I throw something out there like that, and even if I'm making a sly sort of inside joke with Andrew gets it, right? But everybody else in that fucking tweet thread doesn't get it, and they're like, "Oh, shots fired, blah, 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 blah." No, man, we're cool. It's all right, dude. We can actually say things and joke with each other and still know that we're joking with each other. That's what dudes do. That's how men interact with one another. We fuck with each other. We give each other shit. When women talk shit about each other and they mean it. When men talk shit about each other, it's just like, "What's up? Hey, fuck you. Hey, fuck you." Right? What's your name? Ezekiel. Fork you, Ezekiel. Like that kind of shit. You know that line, right? When that's how dudes fucking communicate. And there's no, like, if guys are like, have you seen the meme where it's like there's two guys and they're like, "Hey, what's up, asshole? Hey, what's up, fag?" And they're like they're throwing like insults back and forth, and then the guy leaves and goes, "That guy's so cool. He's so cool." Right? And then when women do it, they're very nice with each other, and then when the one girl leaves, she's just like, "What a bitch." It's exactly the same fucking thing. So if I am talking about shit, if I'm getting into jokes, or it seems like I'm using sarcasm, I probably am, but people really want to take everything literal. In fact, that's the first maxim in my upcoming book, of Maxims. It is the first maxim of the internet is never use allegory, alliteration, metaphor, prose, hyperbole, sarcasm, anything that could possibly be misconstrued in the most literal binary sense. Don't use it, because if you do, people will try to explain to you what you meant. Yeah, we razz each other. Thank you. Exactly. What is this? Hold on. Wait. Andrew Nelson is now John Wick, according to his ball swallower. John Wick. Well, I will say this. That's his wife. Rachel is most definitely his biggest cheerleader. I will say that. Right. And by the way, Rachel, if you're watching, I didn't block you on Twitter intentionally. Or was it Twitter or Instagram? on Twitter intentionally anyways. Sometimes I go through like mass blockings, or sometimes people get unsubscribed or blocked for me, depending on what Elon Musk, what the humors of Elon Musk happened to be that day. I actually resubbed back to you because I realized I wasn't. Same thing. Like people gave me all this grief about like, Rollo, you blocked me on Instagram. No, I didn't block you on Instagram. You can't get to my Instagram because I got hacked. I told you guys this. I was hacked. And I finally got everything back and squared away once again. And now I'm good to go. So if you go back and you say, oh, maybe I can message Rollo now. Yes, you can actually message me again. All right. We're going to dig into a couple of these videos here, because I think we need to do sort of a compare and contrast. And before I get started, though, just to finish this thought, I think we've kind of crossed into some more dangerous territory, if I'm going to be honest here. And I think that when I was discussing, or last week when I was talking about how Marquette was sort of digging into Domo, and how it's almost like these guys like Dave Cooley from No Fugazi. And again, I like these guys personally. I think they're great. But I think the navigation of all this, or the tactics or the strategy for all this, is to sort of outdo Myron. Like Myron is now sort of the guy to beat right now in that forum. Like I don't have any, like, why would I don't do the same thing really as Myron. But if Myron is sort of the benchmark for like kicking girls off of their shows, and if he's like the standard or the template to follow for that like style of show, everybody now has to jump into like, if you're going to start your own, like No Fugazi, you're going to start your own new show where it's a panel show, you're already going to, no matter what, Access Vegas included, even whatever podcast, no matter what, you're going to be compared to Myron and Fresh, no matter what. If you say, hey, I could do this better, Pearl is a cheap copy of everything. She's a cover band. She's a bad cover band of pretty much everyone and everything, but she's a copy of that template. Whatever podcast is a copy of that template. Even people will say, well, Access Vegas is a copy of that template. Yeah, in a sense we are. We try to do it differently. I've explained to you why. I won't belabor that, but it's a variation on a theme, let's just say. Anything else like No Fugazi, or the rest of it, which are good shows, right? Whatever podcast I still watch now and then. I don't have anything to do with Pearl, but No Fugazi, very good show. And the template is there and it's already established. So if you're going to try to get into doing like this kind of show, understand that the first thing anyone's going to say is you're like Walmart version of Fresh and Fit. Just get that out of your head right now. But when you get into that situation and you're like, okay, I'm going to start the show. How can I separate myself from Myron? I'm going to be the Uber Myron. I'm going to be the most extreme version of Myron Gaines that I possibly can. And so what happens is everybody has to amplify and escalate what they think of as the character, like not character, but like the actual, character role of what Myron is playing whenever he is on Fresh and Fit, which I can say is not a character because he's actually like that. I think a lot of people think, why is he so angry? Why is he so mean to those girls? It's like, he's not mean to those girls. That's just how he is. Right. So if you're going to start this kind of a show, or you're going to in some way affiliate with Fresh and Fit, or what people are, calling the red pill right now, understand you've got you bit off a lot and you probably can't chew it. But what guys try to do is they try to amplify it and escalate it. And that's really kind of where I think like a guy like Marquette, who otherwise is a highly intelligent, wonderful guy, sort of plays to the audience. And that audience is getting less and less literate as time goes on. So I wouldn't even say it's the fault of the guys who are doing it. I think it's just simply good business, right? To play to that audience, play to the fact that they want blood. And so if you can make a girl cry on your Fresh and Fit-ish themed show, then so much the better. And if you can come out of the gate and right from the rip start saying, well, women are all neurotic and they need men's guidance, right? And you might not even disagree with that. But the reason that guy's saying that is not because he cares. It's because he knows that that's going to trigger. And if you trigger, that's what's going to get an effect in the chat, and particularly in a Rumble chat, right? again, I'm not shitting on Rumble. I'm just saying there's a qualifiable difference between the chat on here on YouTube and over on Rumble. Okay. Rumble is kind of like the 4chan of video streaming. Let's just be honest here. But so now we've gone from being able to sort of just run women up the flagpole, and that is sort of a profit model or a theme, the variation on a theme. Now enter Wes Watson and Andrew Wilson, and now we've just got permission to do the same thing with other people on a panel cast and with guys. And I would argue that for all the people who are saying Wes Watson came off looking beta and everything, we're going to dig into that. I'm going to let you guys decide what you think, because by the end of the show, we're going to sort of figure this whole thing out for ourselves. But now, before we get started, before I even start, I get to the video, I want to point out that I think we've gotten to the point now where say someone like Andrew Wilson is now the bitch that a guy like Wes Watson wants to run up the flagpole. So now we have permission to attack guys that are content creators who would otherwise, who are by the way invited to the same event, right? So I'm going to say, see, here's the thing. Thank you, Sideshow Bob. Any guy that participates in this soft guy drizzle. Oh God, can you stop with the fucking drizzle? I hate that fucking shit. I hate drizzle. Era has exposed themselves as effeminate men wanting not only attention from the opposite sex, but expect to get the same provisions like a woman. Wrong. Okay. Well, here's the thing. You can be a tough guy all you want, and everybody has a plan until they get punched in the face. You know who said that, right? Okay. So did you notice what happened when Alex, I forget his last name, was attacking Destiny in there? And you notice look at the body language. I could turn off the sound and you could see the body language between Alex attacking Destiny. You can see it, and Destiny looks weak as fuck. And it's a natural fear response. It's like there is a back in the day, there used to be like the what we used to call the new male smile, Royce used to call this the new male, male fear grimace. And there was a comparison between the guys who are like that in their selfies, that kind of look, and they would compare that to like chimpanzees who would do the same thing because it looked very similar. But the thing is chimpanzees do that when they're in a state of fear. They don't do it because they're happy or because they're like. And so when you look at like the chimpanzee fear grimace versus like the new male fear grimace, I guess it's almost like innate, right? It's almost like subconscious response to what looks like maybe an impending attack from if we're going to go with primates, an alpha male who's about to give you a beat down. And when you look at Destiny, kind of like, backing off, and all you can do is, hey, fuck you, man, fuck you. It's like middle school. This guy is a 34, 35-year-old man with a soon to be, I think, 12 or 13-year-old son. And that's it. That's his reflexive response. And I'll tell you this, Alex is in no way as physically impressive as somebody say like Wes Watson is. Okay. Now imagine a Wes Watson. This is the matchup you guys really want. You want blood? This is the matchup you need. You need Wes Watson versus Destiny. Myron, make this happen. Please, Fresh, make this happen. You thought that was proof of concept? There you go. I'm giving it to you for free. There's $1 million pay-per-view show right there. Put Wes Watson on the same panel as Destiny. Game on. What's this? Okay, mystery is 5'6", roll is 5'11". Who's the real AFC? Oh, very good. See, I will post my haters bullshit up on here all day long, man. You know what's funny is like whenever like I am standing next to Mike is like 6 foot and I'm 5'11". So he's just a touch like 1 inch taller than I am. And I'll also point this out is if you look at Myron Gaines is like 6'3", 6'2", 6'3", something like that. George Gammon, if you know who George Gammon is somewhere in the neighborhood of like 6'4". Justin Waller, 6'2", 6'3", something like that. Robert Kiyosaki is 6'1". Yes, 77-year-old Robert Kiyosaki, good friend of mine. If I'm standing next to him, I look like a manlet. I knew Rollo was short. I knew he was a short guy. If there are pictures of me standing in between George Gammon and Robert Kiyosaki, and I look like I am 5 foot nothing. So remember, optical illusions actually do exist. I am, in fact, 5'11". Thank you very much. And I look pretty good with my shirt off. Very much. Thank you. Put it this way. I look better than this with my shirt off. I don't look like that with my shirt. And I will prove that to you when I go to Miami. Okay. Oh God. How can you, Melina, I understand. All right. So anyways, just last thought here. I think we've sort of like given permission to guys like Wes Watson to now not only escalate with women, but also to escalate with men. And now if there is a weesh looking guy on a panel, it's fair game. And I love you, Andrew, but you were probably the most weesh looking guy that was on that panel. Now I know better. I know he's very intelligent. I know he has, let's say, Andrew's value added qualities are not something that are instantly apparent, to put it that way. Now, I will also get into looks today. I'm going to get into there's a really great book, and I am kind of loath to promote anybody's book on this show but my own. But it's too good. I have to promote this. A friend of mine, Tanner Guzzi, from the 21 convention days, has a book called The Appearance of Power. And if you have not picked it up, it's a small book. I don't think it's even more than 200 pages. It's a good, easy afternoon read if you want to, but it's called The Appearance of Power. And Tanner used to be, and I don't know if he still is or not, but he did male apparel. I think he might have owned a haberdashery of some sorts, which still exists, by the way. And he wrote this book called The Appearance of Power. And it was in response to all these guys. And even today, I still hear this today, is like, a real man doesn't care what he looks like. He just goes out there and throws on jeans and a t-shirt, and he goes out there and he just gets things done, and he works. The business of America is business, that kind of shit, right? It's like, no, dude, you care about the way you look. Guys all care about the way they look to some degree, okay? Because it projects an image of your character. And in that, Wes Watson was not wrong. So I'm going to take sides here in what I thought each of them was right about and what I thought each one was wrong about. Okay. I'm going to try to be as judicious as I possibly can in my assessments here. But the first point I can give to Wes is like, yes, especially for men. I think a lot of guys think that all you got to do is wear Doc Martens, some jeans, and a t-shirt, and then that's all you really need, right? Well, that's a form of intrasexual combat, meaning that we don't actually, I mean, unless maybe you're Wes Watson, we don't actually beat the shit out of intrasexual rivals, like same-sex rivals anymore, but we find other ways to do combat. Same thing with women, by the way. I'm going to talk about men today, but women do exactly the same thing. In fact, I would say it's almost more obvious and easier to sort of identify in women than it is with men, because the things that count as, at least in my book, count as intrasexual combat, or competition, let's say, between men, we kind of take as like, yeah, duh. And, like everybody knows that, dude, duh. We take it for granted. And I don't think we ought to take it for granted. And that's why I'm bringing up Tanner's book, The Appearance of Power, because there are certain, like the way he puts it is like, there are certain events, like you wouldn't wear jeans and t-shirt too, or you shouldn't anyways, for whatever reason, shouldn't wear jeans and a t-shirt to a job interview, unless of course you are interviewing for, I don't know, some blue collar work. I don't know, whatever, but unless that's actually appropriate. Most people want to dress their best and they want to dress to impress, right? Especially if you're trying to get a job. If you are going to a funeral, you're not going to wear the same thing that you're going to wear, when you're going to the beach, right? You're not going to wear the same kind of outfit to a wedding as you would to the gym. At least I would hope not, unless you enjoy working out, doing squats in your tux. Okay. There are occasions and things that where we want to either fit in, or in some cases maybe even stand out. I was in fact, where I got the signed Van Halen guitar was actually at a charity benefit over, it was Saturday evening, just last night. Sorry, no, it was Friday evening. And everybody there it was a gala, Gala, not a gay law. And it was interesting because it was kind of like, it's almost like old money, but it's very religious, right? I'm not going to get into what the event was about, but a lot of people probably who weren't used to dressing up, actually dressing up and going out and doing something, right? Because it was a silent auction for a fundraiser thing. And everybody's dressed in black. Like most of the guys wore black, and I knew that was going to happen. And I know how to dress in black, obviously. Death metal Rolo knows how to dress in black, right? And so I kind of anticipated that, but I was there and I'm like, I wish I would have wore something different. And the reason why is because it helps you stand out, right? Sometimes it's good to enter into action with boldness. That's from the 48 Laws of Power. Or to court attention at all cost. Also another law of power. So you do care about what you look like. I don't care what you like. I'm sure there's going to be people who are going to fight me on this. You do care about what you look like. In fact, you should care about what you look like. Now, this is not a dig on Andrew, but it is it's simply just a fact of life. We're human beings. This is what we do. If you woke up in the morning and you looked in the mirror and you said, I think I'm going to wear this shirt and this tie and these pants and this, you're subconsciously to some degree operating from pretentiousness, right? Or from preconceptions anyways, that this is what I think people are going to be wearing. Like, for instance, I'll give you want my routine? Here's my routine. Whenever I'm doing Access Vegas, I know 100% what Mike Sartain will be wearing at that. Well, let's say 98%, within a tolerance of 2%. I'm pretty sure Mike's going to be there in either jeans or black jeans, his standard Nikes, and he's going to have the black shirt on. Always the same thing. Okay. Unless we're going to Babes in Toyland, or we're going to, the Bunny Ball, or we're going to some other, just like some sort of charity event where he has to be an MC. In that case, I know he's going to wear either the black outfit. Sometimes he wears the white one. Probably will, of course, at the white party. And he's got this new kind of like maroon kind of wine colored jacket kind of thing, but it's still combined with the same thing. His combinations are pretty basic, right? So I know what he's going to wear. My question is, do I want to be tandem with him? Do I want us to be a unit in that, like, I want people to see us and then associate us with Access Vegas and Rolo, and it's like the Rat Pack, where we all wear a suit and tie, not really super formal, but wearing a tie kind of thing. Do I want to do that, or do I want to go full rock star? Right? And I wear a lot of hats. I can be as serious as a freaking heart attack, or I can be Rolo the rock star, right? If that's what I think is going to be appropriate, or what I'm feeling about doing at that time. And for people who say, I don't care about what I look like, real men don't care about what no, they do. They do care about what they look like. So are you done? Is this too long for you? I'm sorry to bore you, Mr. King. Bro, it's so hard to watch Rolo sometimes. This guy will have the longest monologues that we don't care about. Get to the point, man. Okay, the point is this. You care about what you look like, and you should care about what you look like. Ergo, Wes Watson is correct. There's your attention you wanted. So getting back to the point, I think that when he was attacking Andrew for his bitch tits and not being in peak physical condition, that's a line of attack that Andrew doesn't have any really defense against. He's a brilliant mind. Don't get me wrong. He knows how to handle people. He knows his, especially from a religious perspective, which I don't think that there was really much room for him to angle into that. He did a little bit in the panel show, but I think once he's sort of out of gas, then he's kind of at the mercy of what everybody else is talking about. I mean, not that he can't hold his own, he can, but that's definitely a weakness for him. And this is one of those things I think that guys really need to. We're going to talk about. You want to be a high value guy? I'll give you my definition of a high value guy. Here's the definition of a high value man. He's the man that other men want to be and other women want to fuck. That's pretty much the long and the short of it. And so anybody coming down here saying, well, Wes Watson is a man's man, blah, 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 blah. Like, well, yeah, from that context, sure. When people tell me, like, Rolo, what do you think an alpha? What's an alpha? That is the most loaded question that has been hashed out and debated since as far back as like at least 2002, when I was on the SoSwab forums. Like, what is an alpha? Just define an alpha. Well, sometimes, yes, you're correct. An alpha can be a douche, but he's still an alpha. Right? The prisons are filled with alpha males. They're filled with I'm not saying that that's all there is there, but like they're filled with alpha males. You can be an alpha and be a convicted criminal. People don't really, they hate it when I sort of like split hairs like this, because they have this impression of what an alpha is, and it's usually what they are or what they think they could be. And I'm going to tell you, like, my favorite example of this is if you take, like, say a superhero, right? You take like Iron Man and you take Captain America, because those are easy Marvel characters to think of. But you could do the same thing with Batman and Superman, right? Captain America, sorry, I say Captain Marvel, Captain America. Captain America is a good guy. He's lawful good. If you play D&D, right? He is lawful good. And it's truth, justice, in the American way. Do the right thing. Stand up straight, young man. Morals, ethics, doing the right thing because it's the right thing to do. He's the guy that's going to return the shopping cart back to the area it's supposed to go at Walmart. That guy, that's an alpha. And women love that guy at a certain time in their lives. They love that alpha. It's usually right around 30. 29 to 31, they want Captain America. But 18 to about 28, they're more interested in Iron Man. They're more interested in Tony Stark. They're more interested in the Dark Knight, Bruce Wayne. They need a brooding vigilante. They need a guy who does things his own way. Now, before you give me this bullshit and say, "Oh, well, he's a Sigma," if you call yourself a Sigma, or if your channel is named Sigma this or Sigma to that, you're not a Sigma, because Sigmas don't think in that way. They would never even refer to it. It's not even an afterthought to think of themselves as Sigmas. And if you want to get into sociosexual hierarchies, I'm more than happy to prove you wrong. No, what Iron Man and Captain America both are is they are different themes of alpha. One is the happy. Let's see. I guess you would say Iron Man would be chaotic good. He's still a good guy. He still has morals. He still has that. He's conscientious enough. He's not evil, right? But he's an alpha in his own way. He does shit on his own terms. And those are basically variations on the alpha archetype. So you have the good guy alpha. That's why when you see me on here you go, autistic Spurgs. The reason why I have Superman and Batman behind me in like sort of my tchotchkes in the back there on Access Vegas is exactly that. Those are two alpha archetypes. Superman is basically Captain America. Truth, justice, in the American way. Let's go to church. Okay. And then there's Batman, who is brooding and swarthy and is sexy as hell, depending on what age that woman happens to be. Now, those are both alpha archetypes. Which one is Wes, and which one is Andrew, if you're even going to call Andrew? I don't know if Andrew would even refer to himself as an alpha. You will very rarely hear me refer to myself as an alpha. I would say the thing is like, if I was to give myself, like, this is under my own sort of observation. When I was in high school, I was very much a beta. Later on in my rock star 20s, I would say I was probably more alpha than anything. Then I got with a BPD girlfriend who sort of brought me as low to the lowest point I've ever been in my life. And so at that point, you could call me like a gamma or an omega, whatever the lowest of the low is, right? Then when I came out of that, I started I learned mental point of origin and a lot of stuff that I talk about in the first book. And then I jokingly have referred to myself as a lesser alpha. Now, where does that come from? That comes from Royce. That comes from Chateau Artiste. Okay. He used to have this. Would you like me to explain this? He used to have this rating system for men, right? And it was a questionnaire. Like, if you score these points, this is where you are on like the sociosexual hierarchy, which is alpha, beta, blah, blah. And so I answered all these questions, and I got the rating I got back was lesser alpha, not like a greater alpha, it was just a lesser alpha. And I think maybe that's like the more responsible alpha. So yes, you can be. Wes's booster gold. That's freaking great. You win, sir. If I had the sound effects, I would get. If I had my freaking sound pad working, I would give it to you. Yes, he is booster gold. You are correct. Shout out to the booster to the DC comic universe. Who would be invincible? And Omega Man. I was a Zeta male. Yeah, Zeta male. That's the bottom of the alphabet. Yeah, there you go. Shopping cart return. Yeah. Let me get to these right quick. Let's jump in here real fast. King, sorry for the binary question, but if I'm red pill aware, why would I be monogamous if I can have a relationship with several chicks? I think you just answered your own question, bro. It's up to you. I think a lot of guys, like when I talk to guys about spinning plates or dating non-exclusively or like just being non-exclusive, period, sometimes it grates the wrong way with guys. This is actually a pretty good question. I think about it. One of the reasons why guys have a struggle with like spinning plate theory when they read my book or Iron Rule of Tomasi #3, right? The reason why they kind of grate against, anytime a woman makes you wait for sex, the sex is never worth the wait. They fixate on the sex part. They don't understand that that's not about the sex. It's about the desire. It's about genuine desire. It's basically don't waste time. It's almost like mode 1, right? It's almost Alan Roger Curry-ish. Like don't waste time with manipulative time wasters, right? So why would you bother being monogamous? Well, it depends on where you're at in life. Some people say if you're Leonardo DiCaprio, you're monogamous until the chick hits 26, and then you're not monogamous anymore, and you find another chick until she hits 26. Right? That's just how it works out for him. Some guys can't be monogamous. I know many of them, by the way. But here's the funny part, Michael from Brazil, is when you see guys like everybody knows Justin Waller's situation. If you look at Justin Waller, you look at even Mike Sartain, you look at their situation where it's like it's closed on their women's end, but it's open on their end. That seems very manipulative and seems very cruel. And I understand that. And guys who are unaccustomed to having sexual variety or having sexual options, they have a real tough time sort of wrapping their head around that because they're like, I'm a one woman kind of guy. No, you're not. You just don't have the options to be anything else. But when you give that guy the opportunity to be something else, that's when they kind of, Rolo, I had so many guys say this too. Rolo, I want to be good. I have a girlfriend, but there's just so many of these other women that want to get with me now because I've read this stuff. I kind of understand female nature. I understand a little bit of game. I got myself in shape. I'm making a little bit more money. I've improved myself, but I'm still with the chick who I was with before I improved myself. And now I know that I have options and opportunities. So do I do the right thing and honor my commitment to this person, whether they're married or they're just a girlfriend, right? Do I honor my commitment to her, or do I honor my commitment to myself? Because you can, like, it's also just as honorable and just as noble to be committed to yourself. In fact, you will hear women write songs about that, right? About being confident and about focusing on themselves. Or I think it was Rich Cooper said something like this. It was like, we tell men to do the right thing and we tell women to do the right thing for you, girl. Why is it that? Why is that? And the moment that a guy has the opportunity to do the right thing for him, we call him a son of a bitch. We call him a narcissist. We call him we call him a child, a kidult, right? He's not living up to his responsibilities. And God forbid you go and you mix that in with some sort of like religiosity. Yeah, you have a real, like, if you're a guy who, I think one of the reasons why a lot of moralists, moralist men really despise the red pill is because it opens men's eyes. And that's why I put, why do my eyes hurt in every single book, right? Because you're using them for the first time. And what happens is when you're exposed to actual sexual selectivity and opportunities that you didn't have before, suddenly you're like, well, do I have a commitment? Should I honor commitment for commitment's sake? Or should I honor commitment because I'm committed to myself? And people will call that pride. They'll call that self-indulgence, hedonism in the most, in the most extreme way that they can to sort of like steer guys away from like not being responsible or not whatever. It's not being irresponsible if your responsibility is to yourself and your own benefit and your own self-worth and your own confidence and your own male improvement. In fact, that's really, if I'm not like, I don't like the term male self-improvement, right? I would much rather you just take these tools and you improve yourself and go. So in that way, I guess I am part of that. But I'm just equipping guys. I'm just giving them something to, you know, paint the canvas of their lives with, right? I'm just giving you paint and tools and, you know, canvas, palette smears and sponges and God knows whatever else so you can paint a picture of your life, right? I'll give you a palette knife. Yeah, that's what I was looking for. Give you a palette knife and a palette and some paints and some, you know, brushes and you got a nice easel, but the canvas that's on that easel, that's you. And you get to paint whatever picture you want to on there. I can't be creative for you. You have to do that, but I can give you the damn best paints and the best equipment I possibly can. That's a metaphor. Sorry, ASD guys. But what do you do with that? And when guys get to that point, they go, oh man, I could paint this picture on here. But if I do, all of my friends and all my family and all the people at church and everyone I have, they're going to think I'm a son of a bitch because now I've decided to take the paintbrush out of my wife's hand or my mom's hand or my church's hand or my political ideology's hand or my school's hand. And I'm going to be the one who's going to be the artist of my life now. And if you do that, you have to get over yourself into thinking like, well, who's committed to what? Do I have a commitment to allowing people to like, here's the brush, you could go make my life whatever you want to of it? Or are you going to be the one who's the architect of your own life? And in that way, again, I kind of agree with Wes Watson because he's very like cheerleady about it, but he's not in the position he's in because what he's saying is necessarily wrong. It's just that he's really, I think, over the top with it and he's all brand. If I'm going to give him a minus or a strike or give him a bad mark, it's the fact that he's all brand. Nothing comes out of the guy's mouth that isn't on brand. Patrick Bet David, same thing, all brand. When you're looking at these guys, maybe that's probably the best way to sort of look at your most, you know, upcoming favorite guru is this guy all brand? Does he talk about other shit besides, you know, being on your game, get up at 4, you know, go lift, you know, go shoot trend, which by the way, I was like, okay, do what you got to do, man. But one of the things that gave me the incentive or the germ of the idea to post my infamous vasectomy tweet was actually Brandon Carter. And that tweet came like probably 2 days, 3 days after this interview on Fresh and Fit with Brandon Carter. And Brandon Carter was on there saying, and if you don't know who Brandon Carter is, he's very much, you know, go, positivity, you know, pep rally guy, but he does other shit too. And, you know, be on your business, entrepreneur, blah, 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 success porn guru. But I think he missed his calling because he could have been a really good stand-up comedian. Very good. By the way, I not to put too fine a point on it, but I know a lot of black guys who are in the sphere and their delivery, they would have been stellar Presbyterian Baptist ministers. I mean, just the oratory and the rise and the fall and it's like it's that kind of ups and downs, like that roller coaster oratory style. Very good at that. Alan Roger Curry was a master of that, and I think that you missed your calling. Really, I mean, you probably would if you don't want to do red pill anymore. By all means, go start a Southern Baptist church because you'd be really good at it. But Brandon Carter was on Fresh and Fit. And he, part of his, you know, when he was talking about his day, like one of the questions they asked on the panel show with Wes Watson and Andrew Wilson was, what's the day look like to you? Like when you get up in the morning, and they ask each one of the panelists, and that's really where the friction kind of happened between the two of them. And honestly, I think Wes kind of saw it as an opportunity to attack and to brand build off the back of Andrew Wilson. And he just couldn't abide by what Andrew said. And I'm going to that's in the video. I'll show you that here in just a moment. But the thing that Brandon was saying was like how his life is structured. And he was saying, look, and this is what he was talking about this in terms of what he was going to teach his son. Right. And Brandon Carter does not own a car. At least last year, he didn't own a car. He lives in Brickell. He doesn't go shopping. He doesn't go to Publix and buy his own groceries. He has a laundry service that comes and does all of his laundry. He basically everything that would be like we take for granted right now. Like if we go vacuum, I go clean the house. He has a house cleaner, right? Anything that would take Brandon Carter away from going out and doing podcasts, making money, doing appearances, writing a book, whatever, anything that would take him away, like would minus a minute of him doing something that wasn't like on brand or something that wasn't like making him money was farmed out. It was outsourced. He doesn't need a car because he's in Brickell. It's if you know Brickell and the traffic in Miami, you'll understand exactly what I'm saying. There's almost no reason to have that. If you want a scooter, it's not as unmanly as maybe it's a little more than walking, but you'll understand if you go and you sit in Miami traffic for as long as you're probably going to, you'll get why you don't need a car there. But pretty much everything he does is structured around one thing: maximizing his uptime or his live time. And this is a concept, live time and dead time, is a concept that I learned from Robert Greene, who is the author of 48 Laws of Power. And I don't think this is in any of his books. If it is, it might be in Mastery. But the concept is thus. There you have live time and you have dead time. So the time that you spend that isn't about building yourself or building yourself up, or you're learning a new skill, you're making money, you're working on your business, anything. It doesn't have to be that. Even it's a creative pastime or creative thing that you want to have mastery over. Let's say you want to be able to sculpt. Let's say you want to learn Adobe Premiere. Let's say you want to learn be a shredder on guitar, right? If that could be your live time, because you could take that and you become something more with your live time, then there's your dead time. And the dead time is what you have to do. For most guys, it's sitting in traffic for your commute. That's dead time. Unless you're maybe, the idea is, maximize your dead time. So listen to books and stuff while you're waiting in traffic. Then maybe you're at work 40 hours a week, maybe more. That's dead time because you're building somebody else. You're not building yourself. Your time is not your own. It is somebody else's, and they are purchasing that time from you. So that is technically dead time. Things that you have to do that aren't necessarily building you, but like they're chores. Maybe you got to feed the dog. Maybe you got to, I hate to say this, maybe you got to say with your wife and, oh, I love you, honey, or whatever. The family obligations, as bad as a lot of people fight me on this and probably fight Robert Greene on it as well. That's technically dead time because it's not actually, unless there's some way you can sort of combine it with other things, it's not something that is directly building you up. So there's live time and dead time. And Brandon Carter is probably the best example I can think of maximizing your uptime and your building time to the point where it's almost obsessive, where it's like, I don't really care about spending time with friends. I don't need to go to Publix to go get my groceries because I'm just going to go down to Moxie's and get what I always have. The salad's great. Whatever it is, his gym, he can walk to the gym so he stays in good shape, whatever else he needs. Like I would say going to the gym is most definitely live time. It's uptime. So whenever I go to the gym, there's two places I'd never take my cell phone. One is the gym and the other is when I'm running my dogs. It's just simply not possible really for me to run with the dogs. And I could carry my cell phone, but I don't. Those are two places I will never carry my cell phone and I will be unreachable. So if I'm saying, hey, I'm going to the gym, expect me to be gone for about an hour and a half. Okay. If I'm running Ned, expect it to be a little bit longer than when I'm running Anna because she's way faster. But they were talking about really what is the way to. Everybody on the panel was talking about the same thing that Brandon Carter was earlier, which was what's the best way to sort of like maximize your time, maximize your lifetime. Here's how I'm going to structure my life. And I think that's what they were trying to sort of tease out of each one of the members on this panel to see what they could do. Well, some people have different ideas, oddly enough, per the individual, of what is live time and what is downtime. And to some people, uptime sounds a whole lot like wasting your time. Uptime, such as reading, in this instance, sounded a lot like something a pussy would do, which is kind of ironic considering how Wes Watson decided that he was going to write a book in prison, or wrote a book, at some point, right? I was like, well, if you don't think reading is worthwhile, then why did you write a book? Oh, it's a product. Got a brand. Got it. Thanks, Wes. So you're not actually an author. You're just a copywriter. But yeah, I was going to say so what did I get from the takeaway I got from the Brandon Carter thing was, if you want to maximize your uptime, if you want to be a high value man, the quickest, easiest way to do that is to sacrifice certain things. And in this case, it seemed to me like the most obvious thing was you've got to sacrifice marriage. You've got to sacrifice family, right? So that you can take that time and invest everything into yourself, because your commitment is to yourself. You don't have to worry about it because you didn't form a family. You're not married. You don't have kids, although Brandon does have kids. But I was being over the top in this, which of course, no, nothing goes over my head, Drax. And then the vasectomy thing, which everybody was laughing at and ran me up the flagpole for a whole fucking year. And now look at you. You ain't laughing now, are you, motherfucker? Nobody's laughing now. Least of all Fresh. I kind of got to dig it, on Access Vegas when he was out. And I mean, not just a friendly ribbing. I know what his situation is. But it's like suddenly that vasectomy tweet doesn't sound so insane now, does it? Now, it was insane. I was being facetious. It was hyperbole. Okay, that entire tweet was hyperbole. And by the way, nobody ever understands that was actually me responding to Dr. Richard Reeves. And nobody actually took that in context. They just blew it all out of proportion because they knew they could brand build off of some red pill guys talking about get a vasectomy at 20. Well, for some guys, that might be a pretty good way to maximize your lifetime because you'll never have to worry about getting baby trapped. Because baby trapping then leads to family and possibly marriage and possibly taking you away from all the things that are taking you away from your focus, taking you away from your commitment to your own excellence. Seems to me like, and until there's a reversible, better way, until there's something better, that's what you have to work with. Don't come at me. Go look at the medical industry. Big pharma can give you damn near any drug in the world that could do pretty much amazing, wonderful, magical things. Except we don't have a male form of birth control. Why do you think that is? We could put a man on the moon, and yes, we can. And on Mars. Well, we could put a lander on Mars. We have put it this way. We have the technology to probably figure this shit out. We can plot the human fucking genome and we can't come up with a male form of birth control. No, we can. We just lack the will to, or we don't want the societal impact that's probably going to come from removing unilateral control of reproduction from women. That's the real question, but nobody ever asks that. No one, you guys just want your own birth control because you want to fuck sluts. That's what you want to do. And, but still, it's the only way of protecting yourself right now, as Fresh knows. So there you have it. What else do we got here? Wandering Warrior says Pearl is a bad band copy of Vixen. Give me Lita Ford or Heart any day. Okay, those are both bad. All of those are bad bands. Okay, I already got you. Drizzle, please. If you say drizzle, that's an auto ban. Anybody puts drizzle, there you go. This is the rules. Here's new rules. Sammy, anybody who says drizzle, give him the ban hammer. I'm kidding. What is this? Oh, that's Vince. Oh, wow, Vince from Masculine Geek is in the audience. Thank you, Vince. Danny Lyon, Rolo. I think Andrew looked good during the exchange. He was cool. Collected plus Andrew carries what? A gun? I would be interested to see how he gets that carry from state to state, because I know he does not live in the state of Florida. And I know they don't allow gun. You're probably not going to carry a gun on the plane unless you're a U.S. Marshal. Yeah, I get that. That's a good observation though, Danny Line. Look at the body language between Destiny and Alex. What the fuck is it? Alex something or other. And then look at the body language between Andrew Wilson and Wes. Andrew's in no way like. It's like this. It's this chimpanzee fear grimace, but it's also. I'm gonna tell you what's up. Yeah, that's. By the way, that's precisely what I would expect from Destiny too. They put him in it like the funny thing is that Alex guy wasn't posting up on Destiny. He was just like kind of talking down to him. They had him at a disadvantage. And of course, Destiny. His natural impulse is to sort of like shrink from the danger kind of thing. For all the guns he has in the back of his, hanging up his visual interest in the back of his studio there, he certainly defaults to a reflexive kind of like, fear crouch. But yeah, it's a qualifiable difference between the two. And I'll tell you this is like Wes was actually posting up, said, "Hey, what if I kick your ass right now?" there are places in Reno and Las Vegas where those words won't even come out of Wes Watson's mouth. So just saying. The nuggets of male intra competition in your books helps tremendously, and I saw from a young age, but I couldn't understand. Well, thank you, Derek. I'm glad to now see. What did I say? Educate and equip. That's my Scout's honor. Educate and equip. Nathaniel Cuevas. Since women have a dual mating strategy, why is it I haven't come across much talk in the Red Pill about filling beta needs as emotional support, for example? Okay, you have actually. I've talked about it quite a bit. Mostly, you know who I've talked about that recently with was Ryan Stone. Ryan Stone and I. Ryan is. I don't know if he's still doing this or not because I don't think he's changed his stance on this. But I think he's always kind of had a difficulty with the terms alpha and beta, right? Because the alpha fucks beta bucks. Really, that's what we're talking about here. It's like, who's the alpha and who's the beta? And I think a lot of people like beta is something you kind of see. I think beta is almost easier to describe than alpha because everybody has their own self-impression of what an alpha male is. Women, men and women, by the way, but women, they'll tell you it's either Captain America or it's Iron Man. Those are the two alphas that women will in some way, like, you know, in their own context, describe as an alpha. It'll be Iron Man. It'll be the bad boy. It'll be the Sigma, not Sigma, but the bad boy alpha, or he's going to look like the upstanding, leader of community, is a figure in his church, is built. He looks like Jack Reacher, but he goes to church regularly. He plays with the kids. He loves his golden retriever, and he drives what does he drive? A Jeep, a Ford F-2500, a big ass truck, right? But he's still alpha, but he's an alpha that women love because they can be comfortable with that guy. Like, if you look at Captain America or the Superman archetypes, they still are badasses. They're still jacked. They're still, strong. They can back up their ideology because they have the physical capacity to do so. They have a measured control of violence, capacity for a measured control of violence. And then, I mean, they're basically superheroes, right? I mean, X-ray vision and, jump over a building in a single bound and stop a locomotive. Right? That kind of shit. You never notice this is the guys that fulfill the Captain America archetype or the Superman. They always have like these really supernatural powers. Even Captain America, he's nothing without the super sauce, right? Which by the way, created by Tony Stark's father to turn him into Captain America. So in a way, they're almost like warring sons in Civil War. Archetype is usually it's a beta male who turns into an alpha male and under extraordinary circumstances. So take Captain America, for example. Even Superman to an extent, although he has like almost godlike superpowers because he's from another world, right? So he's not even from planet Earth. But if you take like characters like Captain America, or you take Spider-Man is another one. Spider-Man is a beta, simpy, wimpy kid who gets bit by a radioactive spider, and suddenly he has spider powers, spidey senses. He can shoot webs. He's got super strength. He's faster. He's better. He has incredible supernatural abilities. But inside, he's still Peter Parker. That's why it's like, well, with great power comes great responsibility, right? Well, that's the whole thing. The reason why that's sort of a foreign concept is because he went from zero to hero incredibly by getting bitten by a radioactive spider. Same thing with Captain America, which is almost the same thematically. It's almost the same character, right? He was this wimpy kid who got in the World War II, who couldn't even get drafted because he had flat feet, or he was just too skinny, or didn't even meet the weight requirements. He goes into the super tank and gets the super sauce, and he comes out Captain America, and what Agent Carter wants to touch his chest and everything. Like suddenly he's sexy, and wow, there's something here, right? It's like, I want that gear, whatever if I got to go in the super tank for a little while and you can shoot me up with trend, and I come out and I look like Captain America and I have all that. Yeah, it's the ordinary man under extraordinary circumstances, and that's really that archetype of alpha. That is not Wes Watson. Wes Watson is Iron Man, if that, maybe even a darker version of Iron Man. But he's blustery, and he fits this archetype, which is the jock that used to give you atomic wedgies in school. That's why guys hate him. That's why he seems arrogant. I can imagine people who like follow Destiny watching that exchange between Wes and Andrew and going, "Oh, I hate that guy. He's such a this is the red pill. This is what this is all about. See, these guys are all the same." Like I hope we can avoid those associations. I'm sure we can't. But the fact that he's so full of himself and so full of bravado and everything, he's on brand. He hasn't broken character. He's like, even Andrew was telling me, I was worried he was going to snap into a Slim Jim. He does. He sounds like Macho Man Randy Savage. He sounds like a professional wrestler. His delivery is professional wrestler. Another guy who I have a lot of respect for, who has the same delivery, is Robert Frank. And Robert Frank is a bodybuilder. Well, was a bodybuilder. He still is a bodybuilder. And he's the guy who was like, size is the prize, swole is the goal. Gains clock, motherfucker. Let's go. Or Papa Swolio. I don't know if you guys are familiar. I used a video of his in the introduction on the last show. Papa Swolio, man, get to the gym, go to the gym, go to the gym, go to the fucking gym. Like, that's a qualifiable difference between Papa Swolio and Wes Watson, or Robert Frank and Wes Watson. I'm not saying Wes Watson is wrong. If you look at those characters, Wes Watson is always on brand. He's always selling the same character over and over and over again. Hey, let me tell you, when I was in prison. Can you start a sentence that doesn't begin with "when I was in prison"? That's the Batman origin story that Ryan talks about all the time. If you're guys who rely on the zero to hero character don't usually have much behind it. Now, I'm sure he does. I'm not saying he doesn't, but let's just look at like guys like Tony Robbins, guys like Grant Cardone, guys like Gary Vee. What's the guy that wrote Unscripted? I can't remember the dude's name. Anyways, if you're secrets of online success, secrets of here's 12 rules for life, right? If your book begins for the first like quarter of the book or 2/3 of the book is your Batman origin story, I know what you're about. I can't read that shit anymore because I've read it over and over and over again, right? It's the same brand. It's the same story that keeps getting reheated, right? I was in prison. When I was in prison, let me tell you what I did. I was hustling and hustling and hustling. Okay, now what? What are you doing now? That's good because, and by the way, I'm a best-selling author. I have 5 books out. I ask myself that. Now what? In all of my books, in 5 of my books, there is one chapter in religion, the last chapter 14 in religion, where I give you just a slight hint of my background and what my childhood was like, or what my father was like, what my mother was like, in one chapter out of 5 books. That because I go straight to the fucking content and straight to the meat, right? I go straight in and you get it, and hopefully it's good. Hopefully it helps you out. Right? I don't write for myself. I write what I think needs to be written, essentially, right? I don't try to, my writing is not my brand. Okay. I'm my own brand. Yes. But my writing is to educate and to equip, more or less. And it's the result of 22 years of having done this for as long as I have, right? And I hope I can make a dent in the universe at the end of my life. But that being said, you're not going to know too much about me. The only way that people get to know me is when sons of bitches dox me, or my daughter, or my dog, or my mother-in-law, or whatever. Oh, is that what he's about? And it's not because I'm trying to hide it. I don't care. I would love to show my wife off. I would love to show my daughter off. In fact, you guys do a pretty good job of that, haters. I would love to be able to do that, but that's not me. I don't want to do that. If they ask me to, I might, but there's never been any interest for that. And on top of that, it's immaterial to what I write. It doesn't matter. It'd be great. I would love very much, like, people gave me so much, especially the Tates. The Tates gave me and Ryan Stone so much shit. These guys are married. They've been married for a long time. They don't got any received. Bro, Tomasi don't get no hoes, man. And now, now I got suddenly being married for 27 and a half years and having my dogs and my daughter be married and, everything else that I've done. Suddenly now those are receipts, but they're not receipts because I never fucking owned those things. God forbid. No, can't do that. But you'll notice that I never really talk too much about myself because I don't think it is as important as the content of the book I'm fucking writing. That's why. Okay, I got you there. What is this? There's a great quote. Everything in this world is just about sex. Besides sex, sex is about power. Yes. I forget who said that. Was that in Goodfellas? Holding out equals she's holding the leash. Elise Walker. Hi, Rolo. I'm here to remind everyone that the Tates will likely attempt to flee to Russia. Russia? Now that Dubai is off the table. They are passed around by different foreign governments, paid handsomely to act as influence agents. Well, that should be real interesting considering the trial is, I think, finally set, or they're about to set the date for the trial. Now now you're in the real school, ain't you? Yeah. Now suddenly you want to show your kids and, I'm a family man. And here's me tossing the daughter in the pool and all this stuff that you used to give me and Ryan so much fucking shit for years. Now suddenly that's what you want to talk about fuck trophies. If you think that that's going to be your ticket to a more lenient sentence, who's a grifter? You tell me, man. Wes Watson was married and divorced to a single mommy. Well, that's something that Andrew Wilson and them have in common. Maybe they should do a show about that. Wes definitely looks the part. Yeah, he does. Brother. Good brother. One time in prison equals one time in band camp. Yeah. Yeah, I kind of get that. Let's you know what, let's just open it up here. I've got which one do I have? I'm going to scrub through these, so trust me, you don't have to I'm not going to make you watch every last little bit of this. And we're going to riff on this just a little bit. Sorry about the audio quality of that first one. It wasn't as well as I thought it was going to be. I'll tell you before I start this one. Hold on a second. Is this it? I think this is it.
All right. Yeah. All right, guys, we got a full panel today. If you're here today, you can become a better person, right? Who is here from the U.S. right now in the audience?
Okay. Sorry, Fresh. We're going to put Fresh on hold for a moment. Again, I said I apologize for the audio. Hope the audio is the audio okay a little bit? I probably should maybe I can up it a little bit here. Let me see what I can do. All right. So let me give you a little pretext. If you haven't seen this clip already, this is the Fresh and Fit podcast. It's a live event. I dare say it was probably funded by Rumble because this looks like a very expensive set. And if it's where I think it was, this place wasn't cheap. It looks like a pretty good, I hope they do more of these. I honestly do. This is definitely not a Valuetainment because Valuetainment would have been indoors. This is partially outdoors. Okay. So you can see Miguel, if you can, let me put this up here. You got Miguel all the way on the far right. I don't know the guy next to Andrew, but Andrew is the one sitting just to the left of Myron there. Then there's Myron, then there's Fresh, and then there's Wes Watson. I don't know the guy's name who is next to Wes Watson. I heard him, a couple of things he said were pretty cool. Then there's Charlie, and then is it Bandman Kevin? Who's the guy on the black guy on the end there. Now, all these guys were asked to be out there. I know that Charlie and Miguel are on another, was it quarter two? Cultivate Crypto is coming up, so I know that they're promoting that. Gotta say, I'm just a big shout out to my man Miguel. He looks like the fucking kingpin. he's like the Latino kingpin. Maybe we can start a new nickname for Miguel. Senor Kingpin. So anyways, I'm gonna let this go for a little bit. Now I'm gonna let it run a little bit. If I scrub through, I apologize, but what you got this? Apologies for using your channel, but preempting propaganda is how you beat it. Okay, important for people to understand who you're dealing with. Good day. Okay, who are we dealing with? Just get to the point. Oh, Elise Walker. Sorry, that was you. Yeah, I know. And by the way, I like I've said before, Elise, I'm kind of like Tate neutral. I'm Tate agnostic right now. Only because I have a lot of friends who were part of that whole organization, and as things come to light, I'm souring on them more and more and more. I've had the Tates on my show several times. I judiciously removed those videos from YouTube by the way, at their request. And just of course, by then the damage is done. It doesn't really matter. I'm actually kind of glad I did. I will probably make those interviews public again after the trial is over. But again, I'm more or less Tate agnostic right now.
Raise your hand real quick. Wow. Who's not from the U.S.? Okay.
A couple guys.
You came from, where'd you come from, bro? Where?
London.
Colombia.
Man's getting far. Man's not hot.
Oh, shit.
There you go. There you go.
Best woman.
You think so?
Hell yeah. Colombians? Come on, man.
Oh, Colombians.
Colombians.
Okay, there you go. There you go. So, guys, we'll start this off with a question for the panel. I think it's helped you guys a lot. How do you define success? And we'll start with Biame Kevo.
How did I find success?
How do you define success? What does that mean for you?
Success is, being free, being able to do what I want to do every day when I wake up.
For you?
Yeah, same thing. Being able to do what you want, when you want, and with whom you want, whenever you want to do it. Because a lot of people don't have that level of freedom in the world, so I agree 100%.
Yaros?
To be honest, it's working in what you love, because you got to wake up and love your life. You just create that, that life you just want to live every day. You don't want to stop, Sometimes I don't want to sleep and I want to wake up earlier. Just because I live the life I want to live. I also, with my wife, like I'm married but not trapped. It's not like I hide shit. It's everything's up front. Like I don't hide anything and I show everything. So,
blessed man.
Okay. In my definition of success is across the board. If you're not ripped, if you're not rich, if you ain't rare, if you don't stand out, if you ain't across the board successful, it doesn't mean fucking shit to me. If you got
Okay, let me just chime in here. If you read his shirt, it basically says every single bullet point he says right there. And I like Wes, but Wes, we need a new shtick. We need new content. We need a new bumper sticker, Wes. We really do.
Straight tits and you're in your Rolls Royce, you look like a fucking clown to me. I'm just laughing at your dumb fucking ass. But this is the whole fucking point. You have a weakness. Change it, motherfucker. How the fuck are you going to lead people if you don't realize your weakness is their way out? They're not going to listen to you. You're sitting there possessing shit that they don't want to have. So, this is what people say. Oh, it's not about the money. It's about family, Wes. It's about this, about that. Motherfucker, when you're making money, it's about the money. When it's family, it's about family. When you're at the gym, it's about muscle. Whatever you're doing, it's about that. There's no black and white life. It's the gray area. You have to be good at everything. That's the goal, to really excel in every area. I roll in most rooms with successful entrepreneurs, and it's pathetic. They'll have like a before and after picture of their fitness shit, and their after picture looks like their before pic. And I'm like, motherfucker, you're not embarrassed of this shit? Like, you have enough money, and that's what you put out. You're that big of a pussy. Like, I just can't get behind anything that's not done at a high level. So knock the one thing off the board first, then the next thing, then the next thing. Jados is ripped, rich, and rare. The whole thing, what's rare mean to me? It means no vices. It means no drugs, no alcohol, no bullshit. You don't have to hide behind nothing. What's rich? You get to do what the fuck you want. I don't need you to be a billionaire to say you're rich or other.
So let me chime in here real quickly, because everything, it's like hard to disagree because it sounds like it's like truthy, right? Yeah. Who's going to disagree with this? It's like a lot of the shit is just basically unfalsifiable bullshit, right? And it's not that it's wrong. It's just truthy. And it's nothing that you're not going to hear from David Goggins. It's nothing that you're not going to hear from like even Dan Bilzerian to an extent. Although I think Dan's a little more down to earth, but Dan doesn't go around and like do like events like this. Dan just does his own shit, right? I'm trying to think like Patrick Bet David. Probably, I would wonder if Patrick Bet David didn't see this and immediately want Wes on the show. It's the same shtick. It's the same. It's what we call the success porn hustle. And he's not offering anything that wasn't already done by like Norman Vincent Peale, was it The Power of Positive Thinking? Or what is it? Phineas Quimby. Go look up Phineas Quimby. That's where all this began back in the 1800s. It's the positivity hustle. Think and grow rich, right? How to was it anything by Carnegie? Anything by what's his name? Who's the guy that did Influence Friends? What is it? How to Influence People and Make Friends or some shit like that. I forget the dude's name. But it's the same hustle. Tony Robbins doing the same thing. Norman Vincent Peale, Power of Positive Thinking, same thing. Self-talk. He even talks. He mentioned. I've looked at some of Wes's stuff. It's like your self-conversations. You know who also talked to who did almost exactly the same grift? Mike Cernovich. It's the same thing reheated. It's Taco Bell, man. It's the same ingredients in different like forms, right? There's only so many ways you can make a chalupa. Okay, this is chalupa success. It's not wrong. And you get caught. Dale Carnegie, thank you. You get caught, but no, there's the other one. Not Dale Carnegie, the other dude. Dale Carnegie did How to Influence Friends. What was the other one? Napoleon Hill. There it is. Thank you very much. You get a no prize. Yeah, Napoleon Hill. Look up Phineas Quimby. That's really where all this came from, but back in the 1800s. Yeah, exactly. Steve Covey. It's the same thing. It's the same. I mean, it's done in a different context because we live in the social media age, but it's the same messaging. Get off your ass. Get up at 4 a.m. I mean, I hate this. I like Jocko Willink very much so, but a lot of his stuff sounds a lot like Phineas Quimby or Norman Vincent Peale or, Power of Positive Thinking or Tony Robbins. And the thing about guys like Tony Robbins and even Wes here is like, you can't argue against it. It's unfalsifiable. Yes, you should be in shape. That's why everybody loved Andrew Tate, because I like some of the stuff he talks about, like get in the gym and be on your money and be an entrepreneur and blah, 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 blah. I just don't like what he says about women. Well, because the stuff that they agreed with is exactly the same shit that Wes is throwing out here, man. Be ripped, be rich, and be rare. Okay, well, we could probably find the same kind of jingoism in Tony Robbins. It's like you need to talk to yourself in positives. Okay, that's good. Even hell, and you guys know I love me some Robert Kiyosaki, but Robert loves to talk about the time he was in Vietnam and flew helicopters there, even to the day, and will repeat himself over and over about that and think it's just as interesting as the first time he ever told it. And I love Robert, and he's much deeper than I think a lot of people give him credit. But when you see him speak publicly, he goes back to the same well. Same thing as these guys. They just go back to the same well. And is this red pill? It's definitely red pill adjacent, only because it's, you got to be the best version of yourself. Well, who's going to argue against that? Who's going to say, no, fuck that. I'm not being the best version of myself. But the thing is like now the sales pitch for this is the same escalation narrative that I mentioned in the beginning of the show. So, which we'll see here in just a moment.
People, they'll see that even I rent my place. It's $95,000 a month. But they're like, you rent your place. It's like, you dumb motherfucker. You don't understand how to even operate at my level.
There you go.
Okay.
So guys, we'll start this off with a question for the panel.
I'm going to scrub this a little bit.
And I say, why? So I can look like you, motherfucker? And the guy's like, oh, no, but like, it looks like you're going to hurt your... Shut the fuck up, dude. I'm end up with your chest if I do that shit. Why would I want that? Or these motherfuckers go in my comments and I'll say some shit on purpose. I'm like, rent or buy. And if you ain't at the level to even do either of these, shut the fuck up and don't even participate. And they just get mad. It's like,
you notice so how many minutes are we in on this? 4 minutes and 6 seconds. I'm looking at the timestamp here. 4 minutes and 6 seconds into this is when they started, right? 4 minutes, 6 seconds into this. It's a sales pitch. You can tell he's done this over and over and over. It's memorized. It's maybe he tells it in different variations, but the outline is basically what he's going by. So over and over and over, constant repetition. Now, what was the original question? Can anybody say what the original question was? What's your definition of success? His definition of success is not being what anybody else is. Everyone else is a loser except for me. That's my definition of success. And that's also my sales pitch. Buy my book and subscribe to my channel. And you can't argue with it, but it's bullshit. and nothing sells like bullshit. Like, well, he's making $3 million a month or whatever. Tony Robbins is making a lot more than that. David Goggins probably and I'm not saying David Goggins is bullshit. I'm just saying like the money in this case, I think people really need to understand. In fact, let me pull this off for a second. I think people really need to understand that just because you have a lot of money doesn't make you right. Okay. When people were talking about like Joe Rogan, for example, and Joe Rogan got $100 million deal to go from YouTube to go over to Spotify. And you could talk shit about Joe Rogan and say, and like Joe Rogan could go out and say, you know what? The sky is green. The sky is purple. The sky is red. And people go, yeah, I think it's red. And you go, no, it's bullshit. He's full of shit. What are you talking about? Doesn't matter. He makes $100 million. Like wealth enforces will. It also influences people's perceptions of you as well. Just because a guy makes, by all observation, by all indications, a guy like Dr. Fauci should be in jail. He's a son of a bitch, but I bet he makes more money than this guy. You can go look at, just because a person is very, very wealthy does not necessarily mean that they are correct. But if your perception is that wealth implies correctness, wealth implies, well, he must have had a great plan. The Tinder swindler should be your freaking ideal then, because it doesn't matter what the guy does. It only matters what kind of money is in his bank account. Jeff Bezos, thank you very much. Right. Jeff Bezos actually did something at one point, probably not as much as he used to now. I mean, not taking anything away from Jeff, but bullshit sells, man. How many times do we sit here and talk about how women will believe fucking anything? It's all perception, right? It's all smoke and mirrors. How easy is it to fake cues of high value? How easy is it to rent a Lamborghini now? How easy is it to take an Instagram picture next to you leaning against a Lamborghini or a McLaren or something you saw in Brickell or in Vegas or whatever, right? It doesn't matter, because the perception is that even if you're just leaning against this car, someone somewhere, some woman somewhere is going to think, oh, maybe he owns that car. Even if it's not true, it doesn't matter. The perception is all that matters. So if we're going to be critical of women for being like, susceptible to perception, why will we not be critical of men in the same fashion? It's just it's contextualized differently, but it's the same narrative. It's the same psychological mechanism. Oh, well, look at he's jacked. He is fucking Robert Frank, by the way. It's like jacked and juicy as fuck. Skates Glock, motherfucker. Let's go. I'd go work out with this dude. Wonder what his bench is. What do you think his bench is? What's Wes Watson's bench? What's his squat? I don't know, dude. Does he look like he skips leg day? Everybody gives me shit for like skipping leg day. I was like, dude, I've been a hard gainer since I was like 16 years old. Okay. Never been fat, but I've been a hard gainer, right? I've always had kind of like a swimmer's body, like a runner's body. And so like putting on muscle has always been kind of difficult for me. Putting on weight, period, has been difficult for me. Like, what's Wes's lift, man? What does he deadlift, do you think? Wes, I need to know some numbers here. I need to know what's your bench, what's your squat, and what's your, I want to see numbers, man. I want to see what's in your bank account. I want to see if you're somebody that I should respect, because I want to see money and I want to see Jack. Like, okay, fine. Here's I'll send you mine. Is this true? Can somebody tell me if this is true? I read this article talking about what percentage of the 5,500, what's the percentage of the American population, or American public, that can lift 225? Like that's two plates on, like bench 225, like two plates on either side. Where did I see it? Say 15%? Only 15% of the population can actually bench 225. And they're all guys. Well, maybe there's a girl who can. 15%. Is that accurate? Because that's like my working weight, man. I'm like, really? Or like, what was it? One of the reasons why they couldn't get, they're having to reduce the standards for like the physical standards for the military is because they get these kids in a boot camp and none of them can do a pull-up. They can't even do, like 4 was the minimum. 4 pull, really? I'm fucking 56 years old. I could do at least 10, or bench. Hell, my working weight. I know I can do 6 reps at 225 right now. I know because I'm doing it. I'm trying to think what else. I guess I'm in the top 15%. And also, are we going to adjust for age? I want to know. Wes, success-wise, if I'm 56 and I can bench as much as you, does that make me more of a success than you? I doubt that's the case.
You don't get to have an opinion if it's not an option for you. You don't get to say my chick's BBL and her fake tits aren't for you. You couldn't get her, you dumb motherfucker. You got a goddamn 3. And that's the worst thing about these motherfuckers. They try to give you relationship advice. Motherfucker, you got a borderline Miami 2. That's like a fucking Mississippi 6. Like, what the fuck you talking about? Don't give me relationship advice to my 10 when you got a 2, motherfucker. Shut
I thought we weren't supposed to chase women.
up. But this whole thing. People don't think I'm going to put the measuring stick to their motherfucking face. They better just watch what they say.
Look at that face. Wait. Speaking of face, look at Andrew Wilson. Oh, Andrew's like, oh, can't wait. Well, what do you think Andrew Wilson is thinking right here?
In every area. And if someone is beating you, just ask them. Just be humble. Like, your bitch is better than mine. How'd you get her? That car's way more than mine. How'd you do it? You make more than me. What's up? Like,
he's not answering a question. Like, the question was, what's your definition of success? He's been going on. Let's see. It's now for like at least 3 minutes. And this is it's a sales pitch. This is, by the way, this is a brand showcase for this guy. Well, I mean, it's for everybody. Well, quite honestly, it's a brand showcase. But he's treating it. I'll give it this to, hey, Wes, good. A+, man. He's treating it as a brand showcase. Whether ripped, rich, and rare. Fuck, I want one of those. I want a t-shirt now. Can you give me one?
just fucking ask. And that's the thing. People aren't humble enough to ask. That's my shit. It's got to be across the board. You better have a bad bitch. You better be ripped. You better fucking be rolling some sick shit. That's what I like. I grew up.
That's funny. He must be on something. Yeah, it's not Adderall. It's Tren.
Listen,
Tren will do that to
my
you.
goddamn Phantom. Go out front. That ain't normal Phantom. That's a Mansory Phantom. I don't have the normal shit. Fuck that. Chick's got upgrades. Done.
Why don't you just say, here's my definition of success. A fucking hot piece of ass who's a 10. Rolls-Royce Phantom. I guess he said my special edition Phantom. Being jacked as at least as jacked as I am. And I am basically the definition of everybody's definition of success. I am the dude. This guy, success. That will just, you would have saved us a lot of fucking time, Wes.
Well said, Wes. God damn, with the fire. Shit.
I've been watching Goldie's content. That's the reason. I've been watching Goldie's content. He be getting me in trouble. My chick don't like his content. She's like, he's making too much sense.
Shout out to Goldie. All right, what about you?
Supposed to follow that up?
It's tough, right?
Get him.
That's funny. Fresh knows Wes Watson by name. He's like, what about you? To Andrew. Come on, man. It's Andrew Wilson, for fuck's sake.
Hey, what you guys were saying earlier, I need to know what the fuck you said in English.
Okay, so my definition of success will probably be far different than everybody else's on the panel. I'll probably maybe be the lone dissenter, but my definition of success is having a family, having children, and being part of the apparatus of the world. And true wealth is a rejection of materialism. As Christ said himself, what good does it benefit a man to gain the entire world at the cost of his soul? And essentially, when I think of wealth, I think of materialism. It's okay to have materialism. It's not against Christian ethics to become rich, become wealthy. But I just think it's all beside the point, ultimately. You're trying to go for a single thing, and it's to achieve something greater
than
the
money?
person.
Does he have money?
No.
Do you have money?
No, I don't have.
How much money do you have?
I don't
Does he
have money. But here's the thing. Why is money valuable?
Do you have money?
What is money valuable for?
I'm just asking. Do you have money?
I just said no. I'm broke. I'm a nobody.
No, but really, you are?
Yeah.
Is he really broke?
Yeah.
I just want to know. I have.
He's not broke. Trust me on this one. I mean, for Andrew, for a guy who like keeps and all of Andrew's videos, he's got like the amount of money he's like trying to get to. It's almost like a telethon, right? Like trying to reach this. Like how fucked up would it be if I was to have like something in the background or something and like superimpose on the screen saying, okay, guys, we're not stopping the show. We're stopping the show until everybody like meets the $3,000 top minimum for super chats. I've never done that. I never would. But I think Andrew actually probably makes more money than he lets on. But does he make as much money as Wes? Probably not.
To know.
No, I'm
He's
not.
trolling.
I'm not one of these rich guys. I don't have a Bugatti. I don't have a Lambo. I don't have
I
a
just
Ferrari.
really have to know, like, how much money you got?
Probably the $5 in my pocket. Not much more.
See, can anyone answer for the guy?
Why do they think I'm kidding? I have a family. I take care of an entire family. That's
all right. Well, actually, let me let him go.
That takes a
little
lot
bit.
of money.
All right. He's doing all right.
Okay,
It's okay.
This is the thing. This is the thing, you guys. If you ain't fit, you can't say it's not all about being in good shape.
Why not?
If you don't have money, you can't say it's not all about money.
Yeah, why
But
not?
if he does have money, he can say that.
Why not?
He
Why
can.
can't you say? Why must you have the thing
Because
before you hang on? Let me ask the question.
Because hypothetical is
Let me ask the
hypocritical.
question. Let me ask the question.
Hypothetical is
How
hypocritical.
do you even know what I was going to say before I've even been allowed to
I
ask
know
the
what you're
question?
going to say.
And
Okay,
what was I gonna
this
say?
is okay. So this is like okay. Hypothetical is hypocritical. No, Wes. That's called the scientific method, asshat. So I'm going to disagree with Wes in this right here. Now, notice that it's bumper sticker logic, though. It's like OJ. If the glove don't fit, you must acquit. Glove don't fit, must acquit. Hypothetical means hypocritical. No, it's asking you a question. You know why that's like seems like logic to Wes is because it puts you on the spot. It makes you actually have to think about something instead of just having a bumper sticker that says, "Oh, that's all I need to know. Time to go." Even that, I guess that there's an alliteration. All I need to know. Time to go. That's why I keep saying, and maybe now Andrew can sort of like relate a little bit more. The red pill is not a bumper sticker. It is not a belief set. It is not an elevator pitch. Right? Tell me what the red pill is in 5 minutes, Rolo. Yeah, I'll tell you what it is. It's the praxeology of intersexual dynamics. If I were to say that to Wes, he'd be like, huh? If I don't know, if you can't write it on a napkin, then nobody's going to buy your t-shirts. Dude, that's because it's not about, not what it's about. And I think the reason why there's such a conflict between these two guys is, well, first of all, I think probably Andrew believed that there was going to be a little bit more substance, I think, to Wes. There's not. He's not to put too fine a point on it, but Wes is very one-dimensional. Okay, it's money, muscles, and game, but it's also the most singular dimension of those aspects. That's all he's selling. Wes Watson is probably a better looking, more jacked, more together, richer version of John from Modern Life Dating. Simple as that. Like he's, not taking anything. Again, I like John quite a bit, but like it's the same message of money, muscles, game, frame. I guarantee you, if you put it in those words to Wes, he would nothing wrong with that. But it's the delivery. It's the over the top professional, and like guys respond to it. I watched this live. I don't know if people, I didn't say that earlier. I watched this live when it was happening, and I switched between YouTube and Rumble. There is a world of difference between the chat on YouTube and the chat on Rumble, because even guys on Rumble who hated him, they were just up his ass hating him. And the guys who loved him were just over the top loving on him. And and mostly because it draws a line, a tribalistic line between the jock that used to give you atomic wedgies in high school and a cerebral guy like Andrew, who's going to quote scripture and Christ is King and all this other stuff. And it's interesting. And I was going to say this before I started the video. It's interesting to see how each of these guys is playing out their own narratives in their own clips, because they're like, for a guy who doesn't make much money like Andrew, he's got a freaking superior team of guys who go and do clips for him and just whip it out as quick as they possibly can. And they put their spin on it immediately. Andrew Wilson destroys Wes Watson. Sunday. Monster trucks. It is like, and it is immediate too. It'll make your head spin. I would say that the clip was probably out before the end of the show. That's how efficient people are these days. I've got guys that help. And by the way, thank you. Was it Manesh? And I've got my boy Nick, who runs my clip channel. I don't think I've ever given you guys a shout out. I'm giving you a shout out right now. Manesh gives me, is it Manesh? I'm going to make sure I pronounce his name right. Yeah, Mahesh. M-A-H-E-S-H. Sorry, I was mispronouncing your name, bro. Mahesh is my shorts guy, or my quick clips guy, my 45-second, my TikTok guy. which I really rarely use, unfortunately. And then I've got Nick, who does my clips channel. Big ups to you guys, and also big ups to Sam Bada, who is always without fail in my chat room and is always dropping the band hammer when he needs to. But I other than those guys, I'm a one-man show, right? If I can pay Mahesh, I will pay him. Nick, I pay maybe $1,000 a month, right? And it's like I said, I am more of an author than I am a internet person. I'm glad you guys like me, thank you. But I'm much more of an author than I am, sort of a public commentator, especially these days. I mean, maybe that'll change after the election cycle and everybody suddenly goes back to being red pill again. But it's brand management for these guys. I mean, even Andrew to a greater extent, it's brand management. So when Andrew starts getting pressed by Wes Watson, and I don't think Andrew, hell, I know Andrew isn't used to being pressed like this. But I will say, getting pressed, he handled it way better than Destiny did. Getting pressed by Alex. And again, this is just sort of, I don't think this is sort of an ideological clash. I think it's a clash of brands. It's I mean, maybe Andrew thought it was going to be sort of an ideological clash, or he's like operating from that perspective, whereas Wes is like speaking a completely different language, and you're just not going to get through. You're just not going to break through something like that.
You're going to say, why can't you ask the question?
Okay, so that's not what I was going to say. What I was going to say is, how in the world can you create a standard that it's inappropriate to ask somebody, how come if I don't have X thing, because I don't value X thing, does that mean X thing is actually valuable?
You've never experienced it, so you can't speak about it.
You think that I haven't experienced wealth?
I was asking if you did.
Even poor people experience days of wealth.
I was asking if you did. I don't know who you are.
But even poor people experience days of wealth. And so the thing is
no, definitely not. Definitely not.
Definitely so. Not. Definitely so.
I've lived the lowest lows and the highest highs.
Well, what's the distinction? After you make X amount, hundreds of thousands of dollars, if you look at these studies done on this, it does not.
I don't fit no fucking studies.
It does not
bro.
Hugely improve a person's life.
Are you proud of who the fuck you are?
Why
look at? Are you proud? If you look in the mirror.
Okay, well, this is where he gets into it. I want to stop here real quick because I'm just going to let him roll here and let him cook for a minute. The reason why Wes is defaulting to this is because he's out of gas. He can't even speak the same language as Andrew. And I'm going to give Andrew points here now. Andrew, you get points. This is where he stops. This is where when a guy like, I should say when a guy like Wes, but like when guys run out of gas, I see this mostly in women, to be honest with you. But when a woman runs out of gas, when she runs out of sort of logic, like I've explained this before, there's the point of diminishing returns, right? There's the point, like it's almost like a bell curve. You get up to the point where it's like you're just topping out and you're having a really good conversation. And then that woman doesn't have a comeback. They have no counter argument. They don't have any more stats. Even if they're just fought to a logical standstill, that's when you reach the point of diminishing returns. After that is the point of negative returns. Nobody wants to talk about that. They just, you just stop at the point of negative. No, there's the negative return side, which we most definitely get into in this one. But usually the point of negative returns is after the 6 White Claw on Fresh for the women. We reached that point really quick on the last Access Vegas, by the way. And as people say, oh, these are ratchet hoes or porn stars. So yeah, they are. And we do get to the point of diminishing returns sometimes quite quickly. I still like doing it. I still like having the conversations with these women, but trust me, duly noted. Yes, we know. I know when we've hit the point of diminishing returns, and I know the point of negative returns. So, but that's not to preclude that guys can't also run into the same thing. So a guy like Wes Watson, instead of who hurt you, which is usually what women go to, right? They instead of a rational argument, here's the progression, okay? The rational argument is, here, I'm going to give you point A, point B, point B, C. Do you have any counter arguments? Yes, I do. Blah, 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 blah. Okay. Then here, let's hash it out. Is this a valid argument? Is it cogent? Does it follow? Is this actually what we're looking for? There's parts of like a logical debate that nobody even knows about anymore. That should follow in any kind of exchange, especially if it's an argument or it's like a formal debate or like an argument of some sorts. That's really how it should proceed. And when it's men, I expect it to stay in rational terms, in rational language, the language of reason, right? I've talked about that a million times. The difference between the language of reason and the language of emotion. The problem is when guys and women, usually it's more easy to point out in women, but when people run out of gas with the language of reason, they default to emotionalism. And that's exactly where Wes just went. Hey, look at you. That has nothing to do with anything we were just talking about. What do you mean, look at me, right? Now he's going to try to make it into, oh, well, you're not successful because you don't look jacked and juicy as fuck, right? Did you get a tan? If I was to ever do this, I would make sure I got my spray tan. I would fucking take like freaking, well, I would take Anadrol. I take Anadrol before I go get a fucking good pump, go out there and go, hey, what's up, brother? And then I'd be like, then I'd ruin him. I'd ruin him with like rational, reasonable language, right? But you can't say shit because I got a wife, I got a kid, my notch count's up in the 40s. I look fucking fantastic for my five. I'm in the top, like, what would you say, 5%, 3% of my age demographic physique wise. I mean, what are you gonna come at me, bro? Do I own a Phantom? No, but I do own 4 cars that are downstairs right now. I can buy the things that I want. I don't want a Phantom. In fact, I wouldn't buy it. You know what I would want? If I had the money, hear me out. If I had the money to buy a Rolls-Royce Phantom or whatever his specialty car is, if I had that kind of cash, I would not buy that would be the last car I would buy. I would buy me a Ripsaw. You know what a Ripsaw is? Go look up Ripsaw. All one word, RIPSAW. And I would live in Reno, Nevada, in like the best place in Reno, Nevada, and I would have that Ripsaw. That would be cool. I would take the money and do that. I would buy me the best fucking snowmobiles I could get. I would buy me like, what I get? I would get because I like power sports and stuff. So the thing is like, if they even ask, they're still not even through to get to Miguel yet. They're not even having the conversation about what do you define success as? And we're having this emotional back and forth. Like now we're declining because it's the point of diminishing returns. We're declining into an emotional argument as opposed to a rational, reasonable argument. And when the people run out of gas, that's when you hear women go, "Who hurt you? Have you ever been in love? Get outside and touch grass." Cringe. That's emotional language because you have nothing left. There's nothing there. When you have a guy like Andrew, who I have a lot of respect for, and I think he was probably expecting something. He probably was expecting more from Wes than was going to be deliverable. But the thing with guys who are of that mindset or that ideology is that when religious guys run out of gas, it's Christ is king. The Bible says, Scripture says, what profit a man if he gains the whole world and loses his immortal soul? Okay, point taken. Not saying you're wrong. I'll quote Scripture with the best of them too. Okay, I'm probably badly, but it's still that kind of default to that's an emotional appeal. Well, you're gonna die. It's memento mori, right? You too shall die. As I am, so shall you be. Right? That's what, or else it's the orthodox paradox, or it's the prodigal son narrative. I once was a piece of shit, but then I came back to the fold, and found out that all these people who I thought were wrong were actually right. That's it's an emotional appeal is what it comes down to. Now, they both have made emotional appeals up to this point by quoting Scripture from the jump. We get it, Andrew. You're the religious guy. Cool. Can we move on from that? Is there more to it? Are you out of gas? Because I don't think he was. I thought he was ready to rip into him. But when you get pressed like this, it's hard not to decline into that emotional language. And I noticed something similar when the Double Time twins came at him on Access Vegas. And this is from one professional to another. I learned this the hard way from Pat Campbell, actually, because I used to do the same thing. I was not as good. I was not as good as I am today. But when I was doing stuff with Pat Campbell, there was a moment. I by the way, I found this audio. I do have this audio. Okay. I said I didn't have it, but I just found it in my archives when I was moving stuff out here to Vegas. But there was because Pat Campbell, my God rest his soul, he passed away in 2021. Pat was a terrestrial radio show host. He was actually helped me launch this actual show. And I used to do his terrestrial radio show with him in Tulsa, Oklahoma. It was syndicated, but one time I was on my regular time slot, which was Fridays at 4 a.m. for me, but like 6 or 7 for him. And we had a feminist on there, and she was just like giving me this shit. She was just talking over me, and I couldn't get a point in edgewise. And I knew that like we only have 43 minutes on my bit, right? My time slot. So I raised my voice and I got angry, right? And righteously so, I would say. I listened to the tape again. But I usually, the funniest thing is I used to, whenever Pat would do a show and my slot was over, he wouldn't call me until maybe that afternoon, when he had a chance to sort of follow up with people. But after that show, and I got heated with this chick, he called me like immediately after the show was over. And he says, you broke a cardinal rule. I'm like, what's that? He's like, the first one to get emotional loses. And I think that's really kind of where I don't think Andrew has done this long enough to practice wax on, wax off, right? To practice those skills. I would argue that Wes Watson is a much better public speaker than Andrew is. And so he's kind of going in at a disadvantage. Andrew and a lot of these guys, not just Andrew, but a lot of guys who sit in a room in their own pod, the comfort of their own home, and their dog is sitting next to them, and their wife brings them coffee, and he can smoke cigarettes and have a bourbon while you turn into freaking Dean Martin. It's comfortable, and I'm mea culpa, me too, right? I get out and I do things. I will go out and do public speaking. I have put the challenge for people. If you want to debate, you come to fucking Vegas. I think I am at a point right now where I don't have a problem with that. I go into the Lion's Den with Dr. Phil. I just went to Tim Pool. I'm capable of doing those shows, and I'm more than willing to do them, right? But I think we get a little bit comfortable in this format where it's just me and you and the chat, and we can talk about whatever we want. And I'm looking at 30,087 of you right now. And that's great. But when I turn off the computer, I'm here. Just me in this room. I go downstairs and fuck my wife, right? But there's not 3,087 people in this room right now. And when I was on Dr. Phil, there was 300 people maybe in the studio audience, plus the people who are on there. So I wasn't playing to a gigantic ass crowd. And as a live musician, I played to about 12,000 at festival gigs back in the day. But that's not that much. Like even Myron and Fresh played them more than that. Probably this show got at least 20,000. Right? I don't think we think about things in terms of audiences when we're just sort of in this sort of introverted space. So and again, not to take anything away from Andrew, I think he's a good dude, and I think his message is on point. I would very much like to have another discussion with him. By the way, when are we going to see Andrew and Rolo debate, bitch? We've been. How many times have we been on the show together, man? I've been on his show. I've been on his affiliate shows. We've had him on here for a divorce debate with Jim Sexton. What more do you fucking want? Oh, you didn't know that? Maybe it's because you're a rooter. Maybe it's because you're just a fucking hater. Hey, when are we going to see the debate? Shots fired. No shots fired. You don't even fucking know who you're talking about. I love that, man. I love it when people go, oh, Rollo and Marquette are going to destroy each other. Do you understand what my history is with Marquette? No, you don't. But you're like salivating at the, frothing at the mouth because you think there's going to be blood. I love that. I told Marquette to play that up when Marquette and I did his show. I said, dude, play that up. The friction and the conflict, right? We get together, we're like bros. And we've known each other for a long time. He's going to be destroyed. No, I'm not. All right, we're going to get back to this, but just to put things into context here, remember, there's a difference between a rational language and an emotional language. And you can tell the difference out. Usually it's when it's Myron and Fresh, it'll be one chick that says, I feel, and then, everybody goes merch, right? Because it comes up so often. And it's never, I think. It's never, here's the facts. It's never based on reason. Okay. So here we go.
Would you guys say this motherfucker's proud of who the fuck he is? That's a bag of trash, dude. Pull your fucking shirt
Because
off
I've been.
and tell me you're fucking proud
Because
of yourself.
I've been to fucking prison.
Dude, if I run into this dude in Miami, I am pulling my fucking shirt off.
Jesus Christ,
Because
look
I've been
at
to
you,
prison?
bro. You got 10-inch arms and tits. Men don't have tits. you
No,
guys.
they go to prison where they get fucking.
Fuck yeah,
where
they
get
do.
raped up the ass.
You've never been to prison. Look,
That's
he's talking
what
about shit you
happens.
don't know.
They go to prison where they get raped.
Now you get your ass beat in front of
You think that that's
everybody.
better? You think that that's better?
Let's let him give his definition of success. And then
Having tits and 10-inch arms is what a man is. You guys.
Let's let him
Please
get his,
don't listen to that.
Wes, let's let him get his thing out, and then
Tits.
We can have different opinions.
Yeah.
Tits. Oh God, I'm sorry. I don't mean to laugh at your expense, but the reason I think it's fucking funny is because he's so one-dimensional. That's the only that's emotional language is what that is. Tits, everybody laugh at him. Laugh. That's an emotion. Humor. So how do you fight against stuff like that? How do you come back to that? Now, another lesson from my mentor, Pat Campbell, was you got to stay on point. Again, the first one to get emotional loses. And that's why, quite honestly, I think a lot of people are saying that Wes came off looking like a bully, number one. Number two is it seemed like all he ever had, he had one message. He had one, he's a one-trick pony. He's one-dimensional. And I think rather, like, what gets me is like, if Wes would have slowed down, like back off the Adderall or whatever, like if he would have slowed down just a little bit, he could have made a much more strong, like if he was going to attack Andrew, he could have been way stronger at it if he would just slow down and was trying to make sort of cogent arguments. For instance, I would love this. I would love to be able to answer the same questions that Andrew was posing to Wes, but say, okay, well, here's the difference between here's why success, here's what success means to me, right? Here's what being a high value man is, right? The guy that other men want to be and other women want to fuck. Okay. So Wes's definition is that guy looks like him. That's why I was saying at the beginning of this show, alpha looks like whatever somebody is or whatever somebody thinks they could be, they have the potential to be. And that might be Captain America. It might be Iron Man. It might be something else. So when you say, no, my definition of alpha happens to be a guy who might be incarcerated in federal prison for, terrorism or for murdering someone, because technically that's alpha too. Okay. The capacity for violence is definitely an alpha trait. Is it pro-social? No. There are pro-social alphas and there are anti-social alphas. And each one of them thinks they're successful to some degree, like gang members, gang leaders, drug dealers, blue collar. Like, I will tell you right now, what Sam Bankman-Fried, before he got sent away, he probably thought he was on top of the fucking world. He thought he was successful. Okay. You look at guys like even Bernie Madoff and stuff. You look at guys, and I'm trying to think of like blue collar criminal. Hell, even like Jeffrey Epstein probably thought he was very much an alpha male and was very successful. The Tates very much probably have the same opinion of themselves. Oh, imagine, like, I think the thing is like, if you look at, again, this is the escalation narrative, but if you look at the rhetoric that comes out of Wes's mouth, it's very Tate-ish. Tate-esque, Andrew Tate-esque. It sounds a lot. It's a lot of that same rhetoric, because they know that the Tony Robbins pull yourself up by your bootstraps, 0 to hero. I've got the secret. That's the formula, by the way. I don't know if I said that. The formula is this. It's not enough, by the way, just to have the Batman origin stories. It has to be, there's a secret in there somewhere. So if you look at guys who are selling you this self-help program stuff, if they're selling you this success form, they're even asking, what's your definition of success, right? I presume that's the topic of the theme of the entire show. Well, if your Batman origin story is, hey, look at me, that's this whole thing. I was in prison. I was a poor black child and I was born in the inner city, and now I've gone from 0 to hero.
I used to be Peter Parker. Then I got bit by the secret radioactive spider that turned me into Spider-Man. And that secret is what is the sales pitch. And this is across the board. I'm not just picking on Wes. This is across the board. I have the secret to help you do what I did. And if I was a piece of shit, this is a variation of the prodigal son narrative. If I was a piece of shit, if I went to jail, if I was living on the streets homeless, and you've heard people say, I know Justin Waller has said this. I know that the Tates have said this. We remember sleeping in our cars because we were so dirt poor. But now we're superheroes because we found the secret sauce. We found this one thing that if we tell you can help you. That's why, and it's this pay to play kind of thing. It's usually some bullshit like, truthy aphorism that it's built on. You gotta like think of yourself as the prize. You gotta pray away pray for it, right? What is it? Believe and receive, that kind of shit. It's never anything really super tangible. There's very rare, and with some notable exceptions, rarely is there a step by step. That's one of the reasons why it's so hard to sell the red pill. That's one of the reasons why, like, I get behind MOA, right? Men of Action, because we're actually acting. We're doing something. There's something tangible to it. It's not just feel good pep rally rah shit. Get off your ass, bro. Get up at 4 a.m. and take a big cold bath, and then get up and be productive and do the right thing, and eat your Wheaties. There's nothing to that. And even later on in the show, we'll see this here. We're going to ask, like, what does your morning look like? What is this? You guys are all successful entrepreneurs. What's your morning look like? Though that's coming up. We'll get to that in here in a minute. But whenever you're hearing the Batman origin story, it's usually, I was a cheap piece of shit and I became something else because I found this secret, and that I'm going to tell you what that secret is, so you can stop being a worthless piece of shit with tits, right? And you can stop being ashamed of yourself. Like, essentially, imagine this. Imagine if Wes's sales pitch was so engaging and so seductive that Andrew Wilson goes, you know what? Fuck this religion shit. Tell me what your secret is, bald-headed buff guy. Like, imagine him like coming to Jesus and saying, "Oh, I'm on board. How do I get a Rolls-Royce Phantom?" Because that's really kind of like that's the expectation of that pitch. It never happens, but that's the expectation of it. So if you can go from zero to hero, and he has the secret, and you believe, he has a secret, you'll follow along. That's really what, again, Phineas Quimby, Norman Vincent Peale, Carnegie, Napoleon Hill, Tony Robbins, all the same. It's the same. It's Taco Bell. It's same ingredients. It's just mixed up in a chalupa instead of a crunch wrap.
Anyway, back to where I was at.
Boobs.
Yeah. Okay. Prison. But anyway, if you want, if you want to follow the successful mantra of a man who tells you he's reformed from prison, understand why they might have gone there to begin with.
There you go. Best woman.
Oh, hang on.
Definition of success. And
how hard this guy works. He came from nothing to
everything he can to support him. That's
and then when you go to the beach with your family, they're like, "There's my stud dad right there."
Oh, Jesus.
Family, and I think that true wealth.
Oh, wait, hold on. Let me back this up here.
But anyway, if you want, if you want to follow the successful mantra.
Okay, the whole thing about like the boobs thing, you caught that back and forth right there. That's middle school emotionalist bullshit. And unfortunately, well, okay, I kind of expected Wes to fall into that, but unfortunately, Andrew did what I did with the feminist back on Pat Campbell's show back then, which is prison. I probably would have done that like 6 years ago.
Mantra of a man who tells you he's reformed from prison. Understand why they might have gone there to begin with. And yes, I do think that a rejection of materialism is something missing in society. And I do think that true wealth is the family. And I think that true wealth is having a wife, and true wealth, that is what I think it is. And that is what I think truly success is being able to go home and look your family in the face and know that you're doing everything you can to support them. That's
and then
what
when
I
you
think
go to the beach with your family, they're like, "There's my stud dad right there standing there.
Do you have
that stud right there with his shirt off?"
Do you have children?
Look at that stud.
Do you have children?
I do have children.
How many?
I have 2.
You have 2. So are you saying that your Bugatti and
He has 2? Actually, he doesn't have 2. Single mother wife has two.
Your money and everything
If
else
they
is
saw me
worth more
standing
than your
there, they'd be
children.
like, my dad's a superhero. Look what he brought to the table. Look how hard this guy works. He came from nothing to this.
Yeah.
He's, God damn it.
You're still whining. Stop whining.
that
You're
is
just
a
making
Okay, that right there is Wes Watson out of gas. God damn it. I got nothing. God damn, you're fat. Okay, what else? What else you got? Lay it on me, Wes. No, yeah, exactly. Thank you. That is why Wes is full of shit. Because he's out of gas. There's nothing left to it. Now all he's doing is just throwing invectives out at this point because he knows he's on the back foot now. Because when you make appeals to like the higher power, it's not about materialism. Now, I got problems with that too, just as much. I think both Andrew and Wes are different sides of the masculinity coin, quite honest. And they're both represent the extremes of those sides of that coin, right? So you put me in between the two of these guys, and I'm probably the comfortable middle between both of them. Okay. Obviously, I like to work out. Obviously, I think that appearance and I think that physique is very important. It is. Looks fucking count. Was it your charming personality and your bulletproof game don't make any fucking difference when your shirt comes off. You have to. It's part of the game. It's part of your fucking life. You have to be in shape. You have to get rid of your sedations. If you want to be better, if you want to be more than you are, if you're not content with the way you are, you've got to figure out what's holding you back from what is me. And I'm not saying, in this case, I agree with Wes 100%. Okay. Although I also agree with Andrew in the sense that like first of all, he's much more cerebral. He's seeing the forest for the trees. And it's important not to get lost in there's strategic, grand strategy. Okay. Seeing the grand strategy and then seeing things bit by bit. Okay. I think that a lot of guys who are like in the sort of the moralistic side of things, the ethical moralisms, the moralists of we want to associate him with the red pill because I don't think he would want me to, but the moralist mentality sees things from a grand strategy perspective. Whereas Wes sees things on a battle by battle, like on a daily basis on here's what you do. Here's what you do. Here's what you do. Much more realistic, much more materialistic, and he is materialistic. And there's nothing wrong with being materialistic. And there's nothing wrong with being, seeing the bigger picture. I think the comfortable, happy medium is doing both. And you can do both. I am the example of doing both. So I can write a book about religion and I can write a book about like the player's handbook right afterwards. My fourth and my fifth book, right? If you were to just read religion, my fourth book, you would think that maybe Rollo is really invested in this, religion, or this is ideological. This is if that was all you were to read and you didn't have any other like frame of reference. Then if you just read the player's handbook, you think, oh, this guy's just a PUA throwback. I'm not reading this shit. Get it out of here. You out. But if you read all of that together, if you read them in sequence, or you read them just like even out of sequence, well, read the first book first, right? Read The Rational Male, available on Amazon. Go get it now, and on Audible. Use those links, please. That link, use that link. But if you're reading my work, and I would hope that everybody in the pod class has, you would know what the entirety of it is. But most people don't have that level of interest, and neither one of these guys do to the extent that other people do. But Wes is out of gas at this point. And he's done. I don't think Wes has ever Wes is getting just as pressed as Andrew is here. Because like I said, they both represent the extreme sides of it. Like you've got, God, I wish I had I should go dig up the, here you go. All right, what am I waffling on, asshat? Please come back. Tell me what I'm waffling on. Because I'm not hardcore enough for you, because I'm not like totally ideological for you, or I'm not like grounded in like, win at every cost. I just told you 2 fucking seconds ago about Brandon Carter. I just mentioned that. And by the way, since we're on that topic, when I wrote that tweet after watching Brandon Carter's show on Fresh and Fit. That's what I was getting at. In fact, it's exactly what Andrew was talking about here. That's why I brought it up. Is what does it take? What are you willing to sacrifice for success? What are you willing to sacrifice? Family? Are you willing to sacrifice marriage? Are you willing to get a vasectomy because you don't want to get baby trapped because you need that insurance? There was other articles on that tweet. Sorry, I'm looking. The autofocus is fucking up. Get in the gym. That was like number 6 on there, I think. Resist the urge of easing up on your focus. Those are very Wes Watson-ish, right? So what are you willing to do? How far are you willing to go? What are you willing to sacrifice? That's really, it was being hyperbolic when I did this, but that extremeness was meant to wake people up, because at that point, after I had seen Brandon Carter talking about, here's what you have to do. Oh, the other part of it is Brandon Carter was saying that he was going to teach his son, that you have to love money. And if you were to say that sort of out of context to a moralist, you would say, oh, you can't serve 2 masters. You'll love the one and hate the other. You can't serve the Lord and serve money at the same time, which is really what this fucking argument is about. And I wish we would have just got down to fucking brass tacks and quote that scripture and be done with it and fucking move on down the line to fucking Miguel, who's been waiting for a good 45 minutes. Poor Miguel, man. He's at the end of the line there. You got to listen to these 2 fuckwits, right? Just get to quote the scripture and then fucking move on. That's all you had to do. It was just, it's as simple as, it's not what profit a man if he gains the world. That's not it. It's you can't serve 2 masters. That's where you should have gone with it. So I'm waiting for the whole time. I was going to get to that, but you fuckers think I'm waffling here. I'm not waffling. That's what you want to waffling. Here, get to the point. That's the point. Get to that scripture, because that's really what this is all about. You can't serve 2 masters. And my point is this, is that you've got to be able to balance your visceral nature with your spiritual nature, or your higher sense of self, whatever you want to fucking call it. There's a balance. And if you read my book on religion, you'll understand where I'm coming from in this. It's just as much a deficit to be overly concerned with material things as it is to be only concerned with immaterial things too. There is a fucking balance, and neither one of these guys can seem to wrap their heads around that. You want to end this conversation? That's all. The only scripture he would have had to need to quote was, you can't serve money and you can't serve God at the same time. That's all he had to say. Boom, done. Bye. Go back to prison. I'm surprised it didn't come out. I was hoping for that one to come out, and it never did, because honestly, that's where he's at with this. And I think that's probably where a lot of moralists are at too with the red pill, is they think that it's just about the visceral nature, and it's you're being an animal. It's all about hedonism. No, it's also about protecting yourself. It's also about it's also confronting the question of what is your commitment to? Is it your commitment to the concept of commitment, like money or family, your wife? That's basically you're honoring your commitment, or is your commitment to yourself? Like, I gotta take care of me above everything else. Is it enlightened self-interest, or are you going to be beholden to the concept of commitment, even to your own detriment? Are you going to die on that hill of commitment, being committed to commitment, right? Or are you going to say, you know what, this ain't working out for me. I got to watch out for me, because if I can't sustain myself in this situation, and therefore my commitment is to me. What is it? Is it to self-interest, or is it to mutual interest, right? Are you going to be pro-social, or are you going to think about yourself? Because that's really, is it individualism or is it collectivism? Those are, again, that's an extension of that whole argument right there. And again, both of these guys are coming at that debate from either one of those sides. I know that's a bit too cerebral for everybody, but it's really where these guys are at.
I'll smack your fat ass.
So you're gonna attack?
Okay.
You're gonna attack me?
Nobody's
Okay, so this is the attack part. This is the compare this to the Destiny. I'm gonna smack your ass.
Do you usually attack armed men in Florida?
Dude,
all right.
Let's just your goddamn self.
Okay.
All right, so that's Andrew saying, I got a gun.
I've never seen such a pathetic motherfucker.
Okay, well, let's chill out a little bit, man. A little bit.
This is not what men look like.
Let's let him
what do they look like?
His point.
Fucking shit.
What do they look like? Bald prisoners? Is that what they look like?
This is the problem in society. Is people like this think they can talk to someone like me like that. They really think they can. He knows he wouldn't do shit about it, and that's the problem.
I mean, you're the one who got hostile for having a difference of opinion.
Dude, check it out. You started coming at me about some other shit. This is what the show is supposed to be about. I like this shit. So personally,
So do I.
enjoy it.
Yeah, I enjoy
But
blood sports.
We can agree to disagree.
We can
We can
have a.
We can move on, but
we can-
Jesus
yeah.
Christ, men don't have tits. We can agree on that. Physically,
Men usually have hair.
Wait a minute. Okay, let's back this up a little bit here. Hold on a second.
That too.
He has
physically.
crossed over gender barriers. Don't have tits. We can agree on that.
All right, look at the expressions of these guys' faces in the audience. Like, do you think this guy is well received? Because I had to stop this when I had to go back and like stop this and look at these guys. I don't know if Wes is actually making the points that he needs to be making right here. So is this indicative of like the new wave?
Men
of
usually
red
have
pill?
hair. We can agree on that too.
He has
Physically.
crossed over gender barriers.
I think we can see each side has different
By
opinions.
choice, crossing gender barriers, by growing tits.
Okay, so this is all emotionalism. He's out of gas, so it comes back to tits. Har, har, har. That's all, because he doesn't have anything else. There was something. There was a really good one here. Yeah, I know. Wilson, he knows he's out of shape, right? He does. If you know, I like Andrew, but he's chain smoking the whole time. He's like Ron White. He's the Ron White of the red pill. He's there with a tumbler of like scotch and he's got a cigarette in every single one of his shows. And you know what? Do you, man? But I think that I have to balance this out too, because I think a lot like people, especially in the chat right now. Wes is definitely bi. Oh Jesus, this is too good. Wait, let me see if I can catch these up here. Oh man, you guys are fucking great. Yeah, Andrew does not align with the red pill. He's really not. But I think a lot of people don't realize just how much he does align. In fact, he doesn't even realize how much he aligns. There's a lot of guys who are, just because you're a moralist, at least in my book, it doesn't necessarily mean that a lot of the stuff that there's not going to be some crossover. There is. Yeah, absolutely. Well, yeah, it is. That is true. That is very, very true. Actually, let me get to I got to get to super chats here real quick. Let me jump on these real fast. Andrew looks like his name is Warlock. Warlock. In the self-help space at some point, Chuck the Painter, in the self-help space at some point, everyone needs to go against everyone else. There is no healthy competition. It's just competition. Thank you for bringing that up. You are 100% correct. That's why I said shows like this devolve into brand showcases. I first started noticing this at the 21 convention. I also started noticing this sort of pick up right around the 2019-2020 election. It seemed that a lot of the guys who were starting to come to the 21 convention during that time were just there to promote their own personal brands. And that's all they, in fact, I wrote like probably 2 essays about this back in 2019 and 2020. And I don't think they were very well received in light of what happened in June of 2020 or 2019. But yeah, what happens is like conventions. There used to be conventions. Now I'm starting to see it sort of seep over into podcasts. Is when you get a bunch of guys there, you're not dealing with ideas anymore. You're dealing with egos. And Wes Watson is definitely an ego, and Andrew also very strong ego too. Like when we had Andrew on to discuss divorce with Jim Sexton. I mean, there's just stuff that Jim's going to say that Andrew's not going to have a comeback to. And the problem is the way you handle that is it's not that you go, okay, well, what about this? It says this in the Bible. Doesn't make any difference. This is the stats here. All I'm doing is giving you like factual absolutism, and I'm looking for a response, and you're going back to scripture. Okay, but that's how do you feel about the stats? I'll tell you how I feel about the scripture after you tell me how you feel about the stats. And sometimes there's just no play involved between those two things. So when you have people when you're dealing with people, especially people who are invested in their personal brands, anytime somebody takes a hit, or anytime somebody puts themselves out there, like in a debate, anytime somebody puts themselves out there, even just in, this is friendly territory for all these guys. I'm sure Andrew didn't realize he was going to have to be on the defensive on this entire thing. But, you know, when Myron and Fred, none of these guys are getting paid to go up on there. They're not, there's no speakers fees involved. The only people getting paid is Myron and Fresh, right? They're probably through Rumble, but those guys are there just because, not because they're getting paid and not because they think that it's going to, like, in some way have some sort of, like, we're going to have a really good conversation. There's going to be profit in the conversation. It's broadcasting your personal brand that you happen to be ego invested in. And it's one thing to sit in your nice, you know, temperature controlled room studio and be able to present your side of the story in very clear terms, or write it down on Substack, whatever it is, and have that really, really controlled. But when you're outside, when you're out in the world and you have to deal with this in chaos, anytime somebody comes at you or me or whatever on Twitter or on, you know, haters come at me in the comments, haters are going to come at me in the chat, haters are going to come at me on Instagram. And it's one thing to be able to deal with them by, like, you know, firing back some, you know, snappy little witty comeback at them. But when you're live, you'll find out just how not witty you are because you'll watch the replay and go, God damn it, I wish I would have said this, right? But when you're up there, it's easy to defend yourself and your personal brand when you're on Twitter and you're on Instagram, but it's way harder to do it when you're, like, live, especially when you're losing you're losing the thread or you're losing the narrative. And I think one of the reasons why Wes kept firing back with this middle school tits bullshit, boobs, tits bullshit, you know, is because he's not used to being pressed. He's not used. I mean, he can probably deal with haters easy when it comes to his YouTube channel and it comes to his, you know, social media or whatever. But when you're live in front of a live studio audience like that, and you see the expressions on their faces after you're saying boobs, tits, blah, 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 because you are out of gas, then that's a hit not only to the ego, but it's also a hit to your brand, because you know that you're taking a hit to the brand, and you know that there's going to be clips that are going to come from this that are going to impact your revenue, are going to impact your public appearance. And even if that's not the case, even if that means nothing, and Mike Sartain is absolutely right in this, nobody cares. But you do. You care right there in that fucking moment, because you took this gig and you wanted to be on that stage and have this conversation, not because you were getting paid, but because you thought it would increase your clout and you thought it would increase your market share. You thought that it was going to give you exposure, right? Ask any graphic designer, anybody in commercial art about exposure and how they can go shove that up your ass, right? The only people making money on this is, well, I guess technically you could say Andrew's probably going to make some clips out of this, so maybe he'll make something out of it. But the people making money is Rumble, Myron, and Fresh. That's it. The controversy and the back and forth and this, the, like, mudslinging and boobs and this and the emotional children, like, yammering at each other. It's damage control. It's like instant damage control. They didn't realize suddenly it goes from clout and suddenly it goes from exposure to damage control right there live in real time. That's when that's what separates the boys from the men when it comes to this shit.
So, what about you, brother?
All right, nice.
Crazy.
Being successful is effectively acting on your intentions, and I think I agree with Andrew that your intentions must align with something bigger than yourself. In my case, it's God, the Christian God, and so success to me is fulfilling on your intentions, but maintaining your ethical standards. And if you're doing that as a Christian, you are in fact procreating, and if you're not, you're doing something that fills in that gap that's equally effective to contributing to a moral society. And I think if you're not contributing to a moral society and you're only contributing to a consumerist society, a materialistic society, that's the only thing you're going to worship. And tons of people worship material things and flash it around, but it's vacant. It's spiritually vacant.
The craziest thing is, if you looked at the people who are supposedly materialistic, we've helped more people than these guys who claim.
Why is helping? Why is helping? Wait. Why is helping important to you?
I mean, because I know what it's like to be at the bottom.
So, okay. So, are you helping someone if you give them an expensive watch?
Why do you think we just do that? You must not know who you're talking to.
I asked you a question. You didn't answer it.
I give them the habits to build them.
Okay. Wes Watson at this point is that girl on Fresh and Fit or that girl on Access Vegas. We had what was it, Riley? And I like Riley. I love you. Sorry, but I'm gonna run you up the flagpole just a little bit. Like we always have on Access Vegas. We have that girl. Sometimes it's Jesse Preston. Sometimes it was Riley. Sometimes it's whoever the loudest girl who like amps up like 10 decibels on their voice. It's like, you have a mic. You don't need to do. You don't shout. You don't have to shout on the mic. We can hear you. But that girl is the one who just sucks the oxygen out of the room. Wes Watson is that girl on this show. He just, it's like anything that any one of these guys, I'm surprised he didn't like call fucking Miguel a fat piece of shit too, because it's like, I'm so much better than anybody here. I'm out. Bye. See you. Mic drop. You know, everything's about him.
What did I ask you though?
Said, am I helping them if I give them an expensive watch? I give them habits, a mindset.
So the answer is no. So if you give them,
well, you guys are assuming we're only doing stuff about materialism.
Can a man answer a direct question?
Jesus Christ, these Karens.
The answer is no.
Look at these fucking Karens.
Go ahead,
dude.
buddy.
How the fuck did these guys even get up here?
So disqualify. Like again, this is what these. It makes me wonder, like, if you were to press a guy like Gary Vee or Grant Cardone or Tony Robbins, they would probably have some good comeback. Like, they would find some way to like make you love them. Even if it, like, for instance, if you put like, let's just say a Tony Robbins style character in where Wes is, and he had to field those questions, he would say, well, I'm a Christian too, and I also love material wealth, but I also give to the poor. And but he would have something. He's skilled enough to be able to like to reword your own words and then make you love them. You're never going to get that from Wes.
How would you bring me here with people like
you didn't
this?
answer the question?
Dude, fucking shit.
We got different of opinion here. Okay, go ahead, Miguel.
This is why they split it like this. I'm sorry you got put over there.
No, I know,
you don't really fit over there. We need some other little fucking lame douche over there.
Oh man.
I'll still answer the question. Is giving someone an expensive watch?
Would any of you guys really hang out with these guys?
This is not an argument.
You know, it's the only person who like stands up in this whole show. It's Wes Watson. Now listen to the crowd.
Like, Jesus Christ.
There's still some things.
Fucking said
Hang on.
Some dude's like, so the audience is like, shut up.
That bass guy right there just said, hell yes, shut up. That's fucking hilarious. You're awesome.
Go ahead, man. Sorry.
The whole crowd says, yeah, we'd hang out with them.
Different guys on the panel.
This is why most people don't invite me places.
Guys. Different guys
on the panel. Yeah, we can tell.
Have different skill sets and different things that they bring to the table.
We could tell his tits are all jiggling. He's got like a half a fucking jelly donut.
Hey, bro, your toupee, it's still back there in the back. Go get it.
I shaved my head, you little faggot.
Are you?
Andrew, a little bit of professional advice. Don't wrestle with a pig, because you get muddy and the pig likes it. And all you do is, and by the way, that's an old adage. People know that. But the other part of that is that not only does the pig like it, then you start to like it too. And you start to roll around with them as well. And so when you start like throwing out insult versus insult, now you lower yourself to their level. Got it. But you're also, not only you're lowering yourself, you're also becoming that person by doing that. You're in a much stronger position just to shut your fucking mouth at that point and just let them. When your enemy is committing suicide, let them. When the enemy is in the process of making grave error, don't interrupt.
Are you sure you shake your head?
Okay.
All right. Go ahead, Miguel.
We're on Rumble, right?
Yeah. We're on YouTube too.
All right, hold on. Now they're going to talk about Rumble. Shout out to the Dragon Ship and Rule Zero, actual down-to-earth data and practical infos for the common man. Way more valuable than all the Lambo clout BS. You can get sick cars for under $20,000. So who cares, right? It's at what point does a car cease to be like, a hot car you really like and it becomes a flex, right? They don't make men like Sean Connery or Pat Campbell anymore. That's for damn sure. Add sprinkle to the end of ban that motherfucker. No, I'm just kidding. Don't ban him. I know it's dizzle, sprinkle. Stop. You want to? I don't even like the word cringe, but I'm going to use it for that. Drizzle is just fucking cringe. At the end of West rant, and it kind of sounds like Padua TikTok video. Okay, there. FYI, Bob, if I was asked what is success, I reply having a goal and objective once executed, you achieve it. There are no long storyline sentences, right? Well, good for you. My issue with some tradcons, they amplify the struggling religious lifestyle while they live a super rich Joel Osteen lifestyle. Yeah. Now, does that, I'm just to put a different spin on the Joel Osteen thing. What the standard comeback to that is, well, the Lord doesn't call us to be homeless. He calls us to be, servant leaders, right? The Lord doesn't, no, actually, literally it says like, sell all your things and follow me. Jesus says right there. But, so there's always workarounds, especially, prosperity, teachings. But again, when it comes to like a religious message or a moral, we're talking about morals or ethics or whatever, again, this is not what I really wanted to get into in this podcast, but when it comes down to that, whose ethics and whose morality are we using? Because after a while, we got to start splitting hairs. I've talked to Andrew about this as well, where he's talking about, well, to solve the marriage problem, we need to just give it all over to the church. I'm like, okay, great. What church? Give it over to the Presbyterians? Give it over to the Orthodox Christian, whatever you are, Eastern Orthodox? I don't know what it is. Western? Is there a Western Orthodox? Eastern Russian Orthodox? The guys with the big, long, gray beards and the funny hats? Those guys? Or do we give it to the evangelicals? Do we give it to the Mormons? Think they got something going on? Hell, maybe they do. Look at their families, right? Or don't. Jehovah's Witnesses, maybe they ought to be the ones that are in charge of marriage. Like at what point do we go and we say, okay, this is kind of stupid and we need to figure something better out? It's just navel gazing at that point, and there's really no plan. You got to come up with something tangible. What do you say? What is the purpose, goal, and objective of this convention? I don't think it was a convention. It was just a live show that they did. I hope to God this is not similar to 21 Series. No, it's not a convention. It was just one live show that they did. And I don't know. I think the venue was in Midtown in Miami. I'm not really sure. I've seen I like, by the way, Myron Fresh. I love this format actually. I would much rather see this, but better selection of people, maybe fewer. I would knock it down to 4 instead of 6. Or what are they? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 7. So I would knock it down to probably 4 and 4, or no, 2 and 2, and then you guys in the middle. That might be good, or at least 6 and 7. I'm gonna try to make, because Bandman Kevin didn't get to say jack shit. Charlie didn't get to say jack shit, and Miguel probably would have been really interesting if he could have gotten a word in edgewise. But no, it's not a convention. FYI, Bob. It's just I think it was a one-off thing that they did. Came back from the gym. What did I miss? Oh, you missed everything. We talked about tits, man boobs, gynecomastia. That's what we call it. We talked about gynecomastia. Please pay attention. Hey, is brewer's yeast good for bodybuilding? No, no, it's not. I'm no nutritionist, but I'm pretty sure it's not. Estrogens, are they good for bodybuilding? No. I think that's,
oh, well, fuck it. We do it live. We're not on mic chat.
Live, baby.
We do it live.
Bro, George Michael wants his pants back.
Dude, God damn. Look at whose shirt is that? Dude, your fucking mom bought you that. Your aunt bought you that.
Now it comes into this burn. It's funny. It's Andrew, just leave it alone. Leave it alone. Let him fucking self-destruct. He set himself on fire. Don't put him out.
For fucking Thanksgiving dinner. That's like Oshkosh Bagosh or some shit.
Wes isn't used to having, I can tell this, Wes is not used to having the audience go against him. Because my guess is that he's one-dimensional. Like I said, he's got the success grift thing going on. In the right place, I think it's okay and it's effective, but it's here's not the right place. He's kind of used to not having to do shows with where he's got to think too much about things. As I said, all the guys here thought they were probably going into a brand showcase, and that's really what this is.
Bro,
Welcome
Jesus
to the
Christ.
roast session today.
Dude, any of you guys who fucking,
I feel like I'm
holy
in the locker
shit.
room.
If those are men to you guys,
God
go fucking
forbid,
kill
God
yourself.
forbid you say watches are not important to this guy.
No, it's the thing about materialism. You
worship it,
guys,
dude. You
these
worship
guys
it.
must have grown up with money.
Bro,
the people
you
who
worship
didn't grow up
material.
With money chase money. The people who
Worship
didn't grow-
materialism.
Shut the fuck up.
You
You don't
worship
know me,
it.
you fucking
I can
lame.
tell. I can tell by your speaking.
How the fuck do you think you
Listen
know me?
how reactive you are. If someone
Shave
says,
your goddamn arms,
see, you can't
bro.
deal with it. You can't deal with it.
Look at Charlie. Charlie's like, shit's about to go down. Shit's about to go down. And Batman Kevin's like, oh shit.
Why would I shave my arms? I'm a man.
Look at these pale
What the
fucks.
fuck
on
is
here.
wrong with you?
Okay.
Shave your body. Aren't you a man?
Look at this guy, dude.
Okay, let's let Miguel finish this real quick.
Let's post these guys.
Shave
chicks.
your pubes.
Hey, post these guys,
Guys,
women
guys,
back
guys,
here.
guys.
I want to
guys,
see these guys women. Let's put
guys,
these
guys,
Can you
trolls.
stand
guys,
up again?
guys.
Women are not
guys.
objects.
See, he's used to getting up. He's used to being in control, and he's not.
Hey,
In our world, 'cause
guys,
we're not materialists.
guys, relax.
I've never heard more
Relax.
lies in my life.
Relax.
This is one thing I don't like.
Wes,
It's
come on,
people
man.
who lie.
Wes,
You're crying.
Wes, let's just
No,
move
no,
on.
no. We're gonna
move
continue.
on.
I
We're
can
gonna
make
move on.
you cry if you want.
We're gonna
little
move
faggot.
on.
That's all
We're
you
gonna
got.
move on. We're gonna move on. We're gonna move
I
on.
could if you want.
We're gonna
No,
move
you all,
on.
that's all you got is threats. And
We're gonna
brute
move on,
strength.
guys. We're gonna
I'm
move
a great
on.
speaker.
We're gonna move on,
it.
guys. We're gonna move on.
At least,
Okay,
I can
Miguel,
answer,
go ahead.
at least
Miguel.
I can answer a direct question.
Guys.
See, this is what happens when you have this is not Andrew, but this is what happens when you give mediocre minds a platform. You give them some sense of success. By the way, this would never fly just like 10 years ago. This would never fly even just like 15 years ago. Wait. What? Here you go. There you go. El Rolo, come back at the pig BC because it exposes how full of shit the pig is. There you go. Is that what you wanted me to say in all caps lock hustler? So you guys don't think I'll call you out. I will, especially if I see it in all caps. My Frank Castle. I kind of was hoping he would. Yeah, it's funny. Thank you for that, by the way, Justin. Yeah, what? Why wouldn't you? Right? You're the guy that's. I love Myron. You're gonna kick bitches off the show. Why not kick this bitch off the show? I know Myron has in the past kicked guys off the show. Usually they were drunk as fuck, but I don't think Myron was like ready to do that on this show. Right? Andrew's ideal comeback. So you're the one who sounds like a ratchet skank at FNF, but I am the fact. Got it. Okay, thank you. You got it. Oh, Victor Mena, thank you very much for your support. Shall we go? Shall we continue? The hits keep coming.
We're gonna move
God,
on.
how
Go
did you bring me here? I thought this was like
ahead.
some real
Wes,
shit.
Wes, we gotta chill, man. We gotta chill.
I'll dip.
Wes,
I
go
don't
ahead.
give a fuck.
All right.
I'll dip because he's done, man. He's done. Now, how awesome would it be if he would have just like rage quit at this point? Just picked up and just dropped the mic and said, I'm out. Fuck it.
What's success, right? Freeing the slaves. That's what it is. Mental slaves, man. That's what it is, man. And I gotta agree with Wes. You
Here
gotta
we
help
go.
People out.
My
you
man.
can't, it's true. This whole thing, right? I came from no money, immigrant, Mexican, having trouble with the body. So shout out West.
Yeah.
Right. But we've helped a lot of people. We made millionaires, and that's changed people's lives. That's helped people get fucking families, and now people have the time to fucking go to the gym, do everything. But it's about freeing your mind, and that's what I'm proud of, and that's what I do. That's what Charlie does. That's what most of these men on this panel do, is we free people from their fucking mental slavery. Period.
Thank you. God bless Miguel Munoz. Thank you. Thank you, Miguel. That's because that's as close as I probably would have got to Myron. I just got this alert saying Myron was just about to do his Overwatch stream. Miguel, thank you for that. Thank you for saying for that, because honestly, that's probably as close to what I would have said, which is success is making a dent in the universe. Success is leaving a legacy. When guys don't know what to do with themselves, it's, start a family. Well, that's leaving a legacy, right? It's not, I don't think that materialism is necessarily bad or good. It just is what it is. I don't think that an extreme OCD dedication to it, yeah, that's stupid. Yeah, you become your own brand. So when when Andrew is talking about, he's quoting scripture, right? He's talking about, what profit a man. Got it. Really, if you look at that in practical terms, it's what difference does it make if you have all this fucking money and you're still a piece of shit? What does it matter that you have all of this material wealth and everything else and you still can't fucking carry on a conversation? You still can't do anything with it. Like, people ask me all the time. I remember when I was locking horns with DJ Academics, which, by the way, they still fuck with. But like, DJ Academics was giving me shit for like, oh, Rollo doesn't make it. Who's Rollo? Rollo Tomasi don't get no hoes, man. He does. Well, show me something. Show me Rollo Tomasi's woman. Show me the chicks he's hanging out with. Show me, like, he doesn't get no fucking hoes. And by the way, that's not his clip. But he was like, what kind of car does he drive? Blah, blah, blah. And I remember that he was like, that Rulu Tomasi guy, all he has is a guitar in the back. That's all he's got. He's only got basically he's coming at me for like materialistic things, right? Like, I make enough money to do the things I want to. I make enough money to buy if I want something, I just go buy it. You want to see my solar? I just got my new solar. Here, like, fuck you. Just look. Ola would be proud. This is my new solar. There we go. I buy shit when I want to buy shit. If I want a new guitar, I'll go buy a new guitar. I needed a 7-string when I was here in Las Vegas, which, by the way, I guess I should make that announcement right now. I got some sad news for you. Well, sad news for me, and it's only important to me. But we in my band Trial of Ascension, we have decided to sort of like call it quits. It's becoming a little bit too difficult for everybody. CJ is now a father of 2, and he is a manager at the Gigafactory in Tesla. So, finding time to have the same level of commitment that we've had for the last 4.5 years, which is, by the way, this is one of the best bands I've ever been in, one of the most longest lived bands I've been in, and I treat these guys like family. Livy is my family. Steve is my family. Steve is our drummer, is actually going to be moving to Texas, and that was kind of like the last thing. And I love making music. I don't do it because it makes me money. You want to talk about success? Doing things that you want to do, whether or not they make you money. Doing it just because it's important to you. Wealth enforces will, yes, but what is the will? What do you want to do with it? And so, like, I'm no longer playing with Trial of Ascension. I am looking for another project here in Las Vegas. I don't know what I'm going to do, if I'm going to start one myself or join something, but I'm not stopping playing. I still want to do it, but so if you're in Las Vegas and you have a band, I'm looking to do something that's like, you guys already know I like thrash metal, and I'm a metal guy. I'm a heavy hard rock guy. I want to do original stuff, by the way. So if you're in Las Vegas, hit me up. You can find me on Instagram. But again, the reason I bring this up is because I can afford to do the things that I want to do, whether or not they're profitable or not. My definition of success is being able to leave a dent in the universe and leave a legacy that's going to outlive me. And when all you're focused on is just material aspects and you don't have really a clear vision of what you want your legacy to be, I would say that that's probably, in at least some way, the functional equivalent of what profit a man. And so what profit a man if he loses eternal soul? Well, what profit a man if he loses eternal soul? Like here, like if all you are is brand, there is no man, it's just the brand. If it's Wes Watson, and again, I'm sure Wes is probably, he's not, I don't think Wes is full of shit. I just think he's all brand. He's one-dimensional and all brand. And I'm sure he has been, somebody that has been inspirational to people. Okay, good. So is Tony Robbins. So is David Goggins. So has even Dan Bilzerian's inspirational to me. Oh, I can't believe he said that. Well, read his bio, his biography, and you'll understand why I say that. It's just getting to know people, understanding things. But like, you look at, wait a minute, hold on, Courtney. I got you, bitch. He has the kind of success you want. You don't despise it. And though I'm not exactly sure why that is, I don't despise it. The kind of success that I want. I'm pretty comfortable. I'm pretty good with me, but here's the thing is, what'd you say? By the way, last TO album was mixed, mastered at home, or no, it was in studio. We sent it to Empyrean Sound Design in Ohio. Is it Cleveland, Ohio? We always use Empyrean Sound. No, I mean, like, what is your? See, here's the thing: is like, if you are not as like successful as the guy who defines himself as the alpha that he thinks he is, right? Again, defining success is just like defining what is an alpha. There are guys who are incarcerated right now that women can't stay away from because of hybristophilia, right? They want to fuck these guys who are convicted criminals or drug dealers or terrorist warlords, for fuck's sake, right? That are irresistible to women. Are they successful? Maybe they are in their own world. Maybe in that context they are. It's successful enough to want chicks that want to fuck them and other guys want to be them. Maybe not incarcerated, but they wouldn't mind being them, right? Contextually, or maybe some functional equivalent that doesn't necessarily have to deal with breaking the law. Is that success? I don't know. I think defining success for oneself, especially as a man, is I think we hold up success as sort of this carrot that we want to have the horse pull the cart for. It's like saying, what's a high value man? As I said, in the most general terms, a high value man is the guy that other men want to be and other women want to fuck. Do other men want to be Wes Watson? And do women want to fuck Wes Watson? There's probably a lot of them. Is the same true for someone like Andrew? I'll let you guys decide that. But if I go and I think success ends up being something that's not necessarily objective. I think it becomes much more subjective, but that subjectivity depends on the condition of the guy who's doing the defining themselves. So if you got a guy who's his conditions are that he's never seen a woman in his life and is just about to go to his grave, he'll probably tell you he lived a very successful life. Right? For me, I can only define it in the terms where it's like, I don't have to, you can define it in material terms, but I think you can also define it in sort of like, did you get to do the things that you want to do? When I defined power in the first book, there's a chapter in there called Truth to Power. I define power as this, is it's not control over other people. It's not being a tyrant. It's not like crushing people's souls. It's not like getting people to forcefully do what you want them to do. Sometimes it is. But power is defined by the amount of choice and the amount of options and the ability. Your power is commensurate with your control over the direction of your own life. So if you are a slave, you have very, very minimal control. You're powerless, right? You have very minimal control over the direction of your life. If you are a powerful individual, then you have a lot more control over the direction that your life is going to go. Now, does everybody have complete control? No. But some people are more powerful than others. And sometimes the direction that people want to direct their lives in requires forcing people to do what they want to. That's tyranny, right? So are you able, how much control do you have over your own life? Can you buy the things that you want? Yes. Oh, well, you can't buy a Rolls-Royce Phantom, Rollo. Okay, I can't. So maybe I'm not as powerful as Wes Watson, but I am powerful enough to buy my new Solar. I am powerful enough to have my Camaro downstairs. I'm powerful enough to own like 4 cars. I'm powerful enough to buy my own home. I'm powerful enough to retire my wife early. I'm powerful enough to still bankroll my daughter and pay for a very expensive wedding last year. I'm powerful enough to do a lot of things that most people can't do. Does that mean I'm better than they are? Depends on how what's the test? What's the challenge? What's the contest? That's really what we should have been talking about. And I'm glad the only one who even alluded to that was Miguel. Maybe I'm rubbing off on him. I don't know. But I will have lived a success by my own terms. I will have lived a successful life if I leave a dent in the universe. And that's really where I would have gone with 90% of these questions. What are you going to do? How are people going to remember you? The only thing that's going to be immortal about you on this earth is your DNA being transferred to the next generation, really. But more so, are my books going to outlive me? Absolutely, they are. Are my grandchildren and great-grandchildren going to read The Rational Male? Of course they will. What the fuck was old Grandpa Rollo, great-great-great-grandpa Rollo talking about? Well, here you go. I've got 5 books. Probably more than that by then. Are they all going to be winners? No. Are they all going to be dogs? No. Just depends on what they are. I can do what I want to do. And sometimes that's enough, right? The human condition is defined by discontent. It's not defined by content. And I think this is kind of where a lot of moralists lose the narrative. So if I'm going to put a mark against Andrew, this is where it would be, is discontent. You will never, you've heard me say this a million times, so I won't belabor it too much, but human beings are not built to be content. There's no such thing as happiness, or I should say, you can't be happy. You only do happy. You do the things that make you happy, that push you on to the next thing, right? It's like saying, what's your favorite breath? Right? I don't know, the one that gets me to the next, I guess, right? But it's discontent that drives us. You want to know the greatest strength of humanity and the human species is our discontent. Is to not be content with the shit that we have, to want to be better, to grow, to build, to create. You want to know what a failure is? It's a guy who doesn't create. It's a guy who just talks bullshit and doesn't produce anything. That's why we say they're liars, they're charlatans, they're plagiarists. You want to know why I have such a problem with people like Pearl? That's why. She's a bad cover band of me and everybody else. She doesn't produce. She's not an ideas person, but she's happy to rip off people who are ideas persons. She's happy to rehash shit. She's happy to mix up the Taco Bell and a fucking chalupa, right? Instead of a Crunch Wrap or an Enchilito, which are very good. But are you producing? Are you creating something? I think if I'm going to define success, it's a person who actually creates something. It doesn't necessarily even have to be all that lasting. To be able to create, to have the power and the ability to create. Because discontent is really what drives us. As I said before, there's no such thing as happiness. Happiness is a proximate outcome, not an ultimate outcome. But moralists would like you to think, well, once you give your life to Jesus, then you're going to be happy. No, you're not going to be happy. You're going to look for the next big thing. Hopefully you are, because if you're not, then you're stagnating and you're not doing anything. You want to know why Wes Watson gets all up and aggro at Andrew Wilson? Because he's discontent, and it looks like Andrew's pretty fucking content, like smoking a heater and fucking having a tumbler of bourbon and telling jokes like Ron White. Seems pretty cool, right? Well, the thing is I think what bugs a guy like Wes Watson about Andrew Wilson is that to him, Andrew seems like stagnation, and maybe he is, but there's always something more there. But the problem with Wes is that he lives and boasts, and he seems arrogant, is arrogant, and guys in the audience it's not floating with them, is because he seems like his only reason for being there is, well, to showcase the brand, but also to pop off that he has all this. Look, all this stuff I have. I'm a success. Successful men don't have to tell you that they're successful. A king does not have to tell you he's a fucking king. You can see it in his mannerisms. You can see it in his dress. You can hear it in his speech. You can see it. Oh, he's got a Rolls Royce. How about this? Don't say, I'm a success. I got a Rolls Royce and you got bitch tits. Like, a successful guy, a king, doesn't have to say that. You know he's a king just because just the way he holds himself, and you see where the richest. Like, if you look at a guy like, I'll tell you right now, George Gammon makes way more money than Wes, way more money than Wes. But you know how he dresses? He's like 6'2", 6'3", and he comes to his own conventions, his Rebel Capitalist conventions, in jeans, very long jeans, and like a button down, or sometimes a t-shirt. And then he wears a sports coat over it. He has no fashion sense whatsoever. That dude makes way more money than Wes. I would say if he's not a billionaire, he's pretty close. Same thing with Ken McElroy. Ken doesn't have to flex. He doesn't go on shows. There's no need for him to do that. He's too busy fucking making money. He'll do he does his own stuff. He'll go and do the collective, and he does like Rebel Capitalist and some other things for sure. But that's not his main line of attack. That's not where he makes his money. He makes his money in real estate. Jason Hartman does his own Zoom calls. He's got his own personal group and everything else, but Jason doesn't have to flex on you for you to know that he's fucking Jason Hartman. So keeping those things in perspective, I think, is very important, especially when it comes to contentment. Happiness, if you think that, I think one of the greatest crimes that has been perpetrated, especially upon women, by the way, ladies, this is for you, is the salesmanship, the brinksmanship of trying to convince you that whatever we have, and you better get it now, FOMO, you better do it quick. This offer won't last long. We have the info and the secret and everything else to sustainable, maintainable happiness for the rest of your fucking life. You're going to find the right guy. You're going to marry a rich guy. He's going to take care of you. Prince Charming's going to come and get you. You don't have to worry about your long-term security. You don't have to worry about hot sex. You don't have to worry about having babies. You don't have to worry. Congratulations. Rejoice, ladies. Everything has been taken care of for you. When we sell that idealism to women, that's when they start taking antidepressants. That's why they're prescribed antidepressants, because no one can deliver it. Because there's no such thing as a sustainable happiness. There's always the bigger and better deal. There's always something beyond the next horizon. There's always a better dude. Guys get all upset. I know the black pill doomers love this line. It's like, well, why would I ever want to get married? Because she's just going to find someone else who's better than me. And I'm like, well, then don't get married and go roll over somewhere and die. Seriously. Because if that's going to be your attitude, then, you're just going to, don't die. Just wallow in your nihilism and your despondency for a little while and get over it. Deal with the reality of the world that you have to, if these are the rules of the game, learn to kick ass in the game. But for women, it's like we sell them this idea of a sustainable, maintainable happiness that does not exist because it's not in our nature for it to exist. So we sell them SSRIs. We sell them alcohol. I know, I have done it. We sell them on this idea. We sell them that they should have, that the idea of the only way they will ever be happy is to have whatever it is that we have. It's the definition of, what is it? Marketeering is to marketeering. I believe this is it. Is it profiteering or marketeering? Is to create the problem for which you are creating and selling the only cure or the only solution to. That's profiteering. Yeah, the profiteering or marketeering. That's the definite. I think it's marketeering. That's the definition of marketeering. And that's what we have. That's basically how we organize society in a gynocentric social order. We create the problems that we only us have the solutions to. And I hate to say it, but a lot of the more recent red pill stuff is doing exactly that kind of marketeering. And it needs to stop. We need to go back to the praxeology of the red pill, not this marketability, brand showcase, bullshit, to the point where the people selling it become the brand themselves. They don't know the difference between themselves and their authentic personality and the persona that they create for themselves online. They become the brand. Like I don't want to talk to Wes. I don't. You know what I want? I want to talk to the man, because Wes Watson is just brand. Again, his shirt has his own lingo, his jingoism on it, his bumper stickers on his shirt, on his merch. You don't have a shirt, you don't have an article, you don't have art, you don't have a logo, you don't have graphic design, you don't have, it's product, it's content. That's all this is to these guys, is content. It's not, there's no art to it. There's no personalization to it. You want to know why we have such shitty movies and we have such shitty storytelling right now? Because it's just rehashing of old material. There's no art. It's just content. It's product. It's merch. It's exposure. It's clout. None of those are anything that's material. And if they are, they're interchangeable. Content. I was reading, I forget which Substack it was. A guy was talking about how we don't make movies anymore. I'm like, yeah, we don't, because we're too busy. We don't do movies anymore because you can't churn market them. You can churn market Netflix and anything that has any streaming service that has a repeating story arc, right? Oh man, I only watched all 8 episodes of Ozark. Where's the next one? Not for another year. Fuck, damn. We don't, like, it's funny. It's like, I've called my wife on this before. I was like, hey man, let's watch Lord of the Rings. Oh, that's a 3-hour movie. We'll watch 3 hours of like streaming video of like, whatever will happen to be. So Franklin, by the way, Franklin on Apple, fucking great. With Michael Douglas as Ben Franklin, fucking awesome. Please watch that. I'm quite enjoying it. The cinematography alone is worth it. The disappointment that I had in Napoleon was made up for by Franklin. It's actually a pretty decent series. But we don't watch movies anymore. We watch series. What do you want? What do you want? You're my king. I don't want to be your king, dude. Just let me be your teacher. I'm happy with teacher. Always salute you no matter what. Much respect and admiration, and did not ready your books yet. Just dozens of your videos. Do yourself a solid, and if you don't like to read, Michael from Brazil, then get the Audible. In fact, I even linked it for you there. The very first link is actually the Audible link this time because I wanted to push Audible a little bit more. If you just want to listen to it, that's okay too. Do yourself the solid, man. Wes starts every diatribe about prison because he's all brand. Because that's all he knows. He can't say that's him. My brand is my prison story. That's it. What else you got? What do you think about, I don't know. Let's see. Think of something else. What do you think about CRISPR engine? What do you think about genetic engineering, Wes? Can I market it? No. Fuck it. Who cares? Who thinks about shit like that? What do you got, bitch tits? Anyone surprised this guy spent 10 years in the pen? Prison this, prison that. He sounds like he wants to go back. Maybe. At least you have some like regulation or some regimen there. What did he go in for? Does anybody know what he went to jail for? Was it drug dealing? I do know this, and I think what's funny. Here's the unspoken truth. By the way, I'm gonna rat out both of these guys. Wes married a single mom, has 2 kids who are not his kids. He's basically taking over. He's a cuck. He's literally the definition of a cuck. But so is Andrew. Andrew's with, and again, Rachel, nice lady, but still, he basically is taking the parental investment responsibilities of another man. So they're both cucks. I mean, effectively. I'm not saying that they're cucks. I'm just saying that they're effectively cuckolds. So you'll notice that neither one of them went there. I already told you this one. Yeah. Again, I wish I had better news for you, but TOA is going to be defunct pretty soon. I wish it wasn't, because I really enjoy playing with these guys, but it's just logistically, it's become next to impossible now. So I am looking for a new project in Vegas. So if anybody needs a failed rock and roll star, I'm a pretty damn good guitarist, and I also play bass pretty well too. And I can play, let's see. Okay. I can play guitar, as you know. I can play 7-string. I can play 8-string guitar. I practice probably 2 hours a day, which, by the way, I was about to mention, to a metronome. I can play Latin style guitar. I have studied flamenco for about 8 years, like literally studied. Like I know how to read music because I studied flamenco and Latin style guitars, which just because it's a personal interest of mine. Hey, you want to be better at something? What's a successful man? Some guy who actually has more going for him than just like his business. That's what I would say. You know what? I just thought of the most perfect quote. Hold on. I think it is Isaac Asimov, isn't it? Oh, it's Heinlein. I'm sorry. It is Heinlein. Okay, this is Robert Heinlein, the futurist and sci-fi writer. Here's what is your definition of success? Here's my definition of success. In fact, I'm going to post it on. We're getting towards the end of the show. I'm going to post this up here. Let's see. Share my screen. This is Roel Tomasi's definition of success. Specialization is for insects. Can you guys see this? Maybe you can. One of my favorite quotes of all time. This is Roel Tomasi's recipe for success. A human being should be able to change a diaper, plan an invasion, butcher a hog, con a ship, design a building, write a sonnet, balance accounts, build a wall, set a bone, comfort the dying, take orders, give orders, cooperate, act alone, solve equations, analyze a new problem, pitch manure, program a computer, Cook a tasty meal, fight efficiently, and die gallantly. Specialization is for insects. If you are all brand, you are an insect. If that's all you do is one fucking thing. Specialization is for fucking insects. So, you know, it's funny. Have I done most of this shit? Change a diaper? I have definitely changed a diaper. Plan an invasion. Does Warhammer 40,000 count as an invasion? I mean, technically, I guess from a war game perspective, I have planned an invasion. Butcher a hog. I've never butchered a hog. I have cleaned fish and I have cleaned chucker before. So I guess that doesn't count. I have never butchered a hog. Con a ship. I have actually conned a ship. Well, what passes for a ship? A fishing vessel I have conned. Design a building. I have done so. Write a sonnet. I've written lyrics and music, and just recently in Trial of Ascension. Balance accounts. Yes. Build a wall. I built a wall. I guess bricklaying, maybe that counts. I have actually put down cinder blocks before. Maybe that counts. Set a bone. Yes. Comfort the dying. Yes. Take orders. Yes. Give orders. Yes. Cooperate. Yes. Act alone. What am I doing now? Solve equations. Yeah, pretty much every day. Analyze a new problem. Pitch manure. I pick up dog poop. I pick up greyhound poop. I think that's even probably above and beyond pitching manure, because greyhounds, I don't know if you guys realize this, greyhounds are the only breed of dog that can turn 8 ounces of food into 2 pounds of shit. I don't know how that happens. It's like one of the miracles of the cosmic mysteries of the universe. Cook a tasty meal. You're goddamn right. I know. I can cook lamajun, Armenian pizza. I know how to do that. Maybe that'll get Godside to come on my show. Fight efficiently. I think so. I've studied Kali and other forms of martial arts. Die gallantly. Haven't died yet, but I would rather die gallantly than in my bed. Does that make sense? Specializations for insects. I have done not all of them. I got to butcher a hog. Somebody give me a hog. I got to butcher a hog. Maybe then I'll be a success. Success is to crush your enemies, see them driven before you, and hear the lamentation of the women. That's what's best in life. I don't know if that's necessarily a success, but that is what's best in life. Power equals options. Yes, it is the same. Well, wealth enforces will, but power equals options. I will give you that. It's this. People always say, Nuke, I'll come back to you here in a second. People always say that knowledge is power. No, knowledge is not power. Leverage is power. Power options. It's the same reason women who don't intend on getting an abortion still fight for them. They will want the choice as the option of future choice. Miguel alluded to rule 0, more options and a positive male identity. Good for you. All right, you're my king, Rolo. Just teacher, bro. Professor. Can we go professor? Sensei? I'll take sensei. Inzi. You can call me Inze. Am I saying it right? Inze. All right. Well, here, if you want to honor me, I will salute you. Salute me by buying a book and reading it. And then come back here and tell me what you thought of it. That would be great. Because I don't want people to just read my books. I want them to tell me if they think I'm full of shit. Yeah, I know. I've been talking to Giovanni Sanders too. I wanted to see, Giovanni sent me a couple of demos that I don't know if he wants me to help him write them. I think Giovanni was the first person I told about Trial of Ascension. But I don't know. If you're in Vegas, I'm open to new projects, but I'm in Las Vegas. I'll see. I won't stay idle for long. So, all right, where are we at? 3:18. Okay. So, anyways, hopefully you got. Oh, there's one last thing I wanted to actually. Should we put this
highlight this and show this? I got a question for Destiny. Destiny, yes. Destiny, do you still believe in open marriages after your wife left you?
I'm not talking to you.
After your wife left you.
You're an actual loser. You are an actual loser.
After your wife left you, do you still believe in open marriages?
Alex, you can't afford me.
Yeah, what? Because you're rich?
You can't afford me. No, you can't afford me. No, because you're a broke fucking loser. You cannot afford any of.
As bad as the Fresh and Fit Wes versus Andrew thing was, it was not this bad. It was not this cringeworthy.
Dude, you're mad at me for calling out your wife, yet your wife bangs other guys. Like, why do you get mad at me? You try to ban me from events, you try to get me blackballed from stuff, yet you're the one whose wife is cheating on you.
This fucking guy. I will say this, he's correct. Like, I don't think people really realize just how devious like Destiny really is. And I also don't think people realize just how like evil, devious that Pearl is as well. She doesn't have the same reach as he does, but like if you fuck with Destiny, he will find ways to fucking kill you.
All right. Dude, you're a cuckold. You're a cuckold. You're a cuckold.
He puts this.
Cry, yes,
You're
cry.
cuckold.
I love it. I love it. How fucking mad you are. Yes, be mad. Be mad. You're so fucking mad. Why did you harass a woman upstairs or some shit? It's the only way you'll ever get near one. You're such a fucking loser. Get the fuck away from me. What are you even doing up here? Yes, you're a fucking loser. You're a loser. You're like, why are you talking to them? Hey, bro, I know that you're hungry for my cock. I know you're so hungry for this.
Jesus Christ. I won't subject you to the rest of this. Unless you want me to. Look at that body language. At the very least, Andrew never got into the fetal position here. He never got to full fetal position. That was pretty good. Alex Stein. Alex Stein is a loot. Pretty much everybody at this shebang at the Minds Fest. And so this is a by the way, this is probably the only clip anybody's gonna like make viral of the Minds Fest. So apparently this is going to be the best of the best, right? These are the most deep minds in the universe. Apparently, these are the guys we should be taking seriously. And quite honestly, I would say that the exchange between Wes Watson and Andrew Wilson was better, more efficient, better, more pragmatic, more beneficial to the audience than Minds Fest. Like, what the fuck? You know, even when Wes Watson is like throwing out bitch tit comments, it doesn't even approach the cringe of Destiny and Alex Stein. Unbelievable. Oh, one more thing I wanted to throw out here real quick before we go here. Now what? If you want to get your super chats in, now's the time to do it. Rolo, you're the Kenpai of Sean Connery from the movie Rising Sun. Rising Sun. That was a good movie, actually. Keep on mentoring the men. I will. That's why I do Men of Action, by the way. Because that to me seems a lot more productive than branding, being all brand. I think if there's anything that is a failure is not to have done more with yourself. Here's okay. This just came to me. If I'm going to define success for a guy, I think it is maximizing your potential during the amount of time you have on this planet. Maximizing your potential. The definition, at least this is the role of Tomasi. I'm not saying this is red pill. This is just my opinion here. Is untapped potential, unlived potential is probably the greatest failure men will ever understand, will ever have in their lives, is to have had the potential to be something more and have let it go, or it's well past that time. So when people hit me up and they go, Rollo, you need to act your age. Fuck you. What's my age? What's my age again? What am I supposed to do? I always counter that. I get this sometimes. I'll get this from like the Destiny chat bots, right? From if I go and I post anything that's in any way like semi like controversial or even just positive, right? I will guarantee you that probably the 7th comment in the replies to that particular tweet will be like, "You're old at your age." And then it's pointless, but like I'll respond with, "Well, what does that look like? What should a 56-year-old guy look like? How should he act? How should he behave?" And then the thing is like it's a leading question, right? Because if I go, "Oh, okay, yeah, you're right. I should do what society wants me to do. I should do that. I should be a useful tool. You're right. I should just do what everybody expects me to do." Right? Because that's the definition of success, is to do whatever what anyone ever wants you to be. Right? So Don't do TRT. Just accept the fact that you're old. You know, go jerk off in the corner, wear Dockers, wear a brown shirt, right? Somebody told me that. Like, you need to wear a brown shirt. What? Get it? Should I get it at Kohl's? There's a place in Miami, and it's called Jackson Maximus. It's like my favorite place to go. Like, if you've seen my Lucifer Morningstar outfit that I wear occasionally, I wore it on a Dr. Phil. That's custom tailored to me. There's only one of those in the universe, and there's a custom Latin quote in the back of it, in the hem of the collar. I'll sometime ask me to show it to you sometime. There's only one of those in the world, right? Oh, does a 56-year-old guy really do that? Why don't you wear Dockers and, loafers and some nice, sensible shirt from, Target? Why? Because so I can be what you expect me to be? Go fuck yourself. You need to cut your hair. Do you know how long people have told me I should cut my hair? Since I was fucking 15. If my dad couldn't get me to cut my hair at like 15 or 16, you sure the fuck ain't gonna get me to cut I'll cut my hair when I damn well please. And by the way, I can rock short hair as well as I can rock long hair, because I can con a ship. I probably could gut a hog. I can, set a bone. I can cook a tasty meal. I can do fucking anything. I'm a genius, and I never fucking lose. So what does that say about the fact that you would even think that expectations are something that I should live up to because you said so? That makes you the fucking loser, right? I'm in the top fucking 3% of guys in my demographic when it comes to physique, and it comes to, I did this, but I hate to say I did this, but when we do the female delusion calculator, and we're like, oh, well, where are you? Well, so I put myself into the demographics and everything, and how much I make per year, which is probably beyond what they have. And then like not obese, 5'11". That's my disadvantage. 5'11", 1 inch. That's the 1 inch in height. That's my disadvantage. Apparently, white, makes this X amount of dollars, married, like that kind of stuff. I put that into the delusion calculator. I think I am like 0.0076% of the population. I'm a pretty rare animal. I'm good with who I am at 56, and you can go take your fucking expectations and shove them up your ass. Yeah, as much as you could, like when I was 46 and I was 36 and 26 too. So always thought that was funny. Can I cook eggs? Fuck yeah, I can cook. I can cook the fuck out of an egg. I love eggs, dude. What are you kidding? I like what kind of eggs do you like? Do you like them over easy? I like them a little bit like, I like a poached egg. Poached egg's pretty good. Or maybe that's European or something. Yeah. I think what's interesting is I kind of surprise people when it comes to, like, people. By the way, speaking of which, when I was at when I went to Timcast, when I went to the studios out in Knoxville, Maryland, not Knoxville, Tennessee. When I got there and I was talking to the guys, they were just like looking at me like, I expected you to not be as yoked. Not because they were expecting me, oh, you're an old guy, so therefore you can't possibly be, in any way like in shape. Why not? Oh, you look like a high school gym teacher. And you're trying, what is it? Who's that guy that like with the skateboard from Saturday Night Live is like, hello, fellow students. Like they're thinking that that's what I'm all about. I'm like, whatever. I like to do a lot of things. I enjoy myself. I think part of that success is enjoying what you're doing. I paint miniatures too. I really like doing that. You're a nerd. Mm-hmm. A nerd that's still fucking a fucking cheerleading team leader. Still fucking a cheerleader, surrounded by beautiful women at least every Thursday, living in Las Vegas, driving an upgunned Camaro. Well, he must be having a midlife crisis. Well, it's been lasting for the last 20 years, so I don't think it's a crisis anymore. Steve Buscemi, that's who it was. I remember that. Hello, fellow students. But I should do that. I should probably do it. Maybe I can get Corey Chaloff to take a picture of me like that. Ooh. I like skateboarding. Are you kidding? I have a longboard. It's up in Reno, but I have a longboard up in Reno. RG3, I think he's in Orange County. RG3, he's a crypto guy. He told me he tried it. I'm convinced too, to get an electric longboard, although I kind of like to be able to do it myself, but I think you can switch between the two, like powered and unpowered. But I'm thinking about getting an electric longboard just because I enjoy it so much. I enjoy my snowmobiles. I enjoy by the way, I am the opposite of minimalist. Like when like Aaron Clary has his minimalist courses and stuff like that. I am the opposite of that. HRT or TRT. I do TRT, testosterone replacement therapy. It's the cyprinate stuff, whatever they give you at like Ageless Man or some shit like that. I don't do anything special. I just go. Okay, here's what I do that's special. I go to tomorrow. What's a day in the life of Rollo like? Okay. They ask this on like Myron and Fresh. The next question that came up in the chat or in the panel was, what does a typical day look like for Miguel Munoz? And so he did. And of course, naturally, Andrew has to say something and Wes Watson has to. Actually, I probably should have played that clip. It was less incendiary than this one, but what does a day in the life of Andrew Wilson look like? And he was just saying, hey, I get up, I go and have my coffee, probably a cigarette or two. And I play video games with my kids. And then I read for a better part of the day. I don't know what Andrew does it professionally, other than the fact that he's a professional Andrew Wilson. I guess he does podcasts. I'm not really sure what he's doing I don't know how he makes his money. But he certainly has the leisure to do what he said he was doing in the morning, right? And of course, that rubs Wes Watson the wrong way. And he's just like, oh, I can't believe you video games don't benefit children. Oh, they should be at the gym at 4 a.m. after doing a cold plunge. What's wrong with you? You're ruining the future of America. They should be eating raw eggs. They should be showing you their macro list. They got to get their macros on point. Kid's like 6. Wes was speaking facts. I'm not saying he wasn't. Lito, I 100% agree. But again, it's all it is like I think Wes is all brand. I'm not going to say Andrew is all brand yet, but there's a distinct possibility that everybody on that stage could be all brand at some point. And I'm just saying, like, check yourself, man. Like, it's like stay grounded, stay real, stay authentic, right? Stay to yourself. Like, do other shit than red pill shit. Do other shit than what is it? Ripped, rich, and rare. Technically, I'm all though. I suppose I could wear that shirt. I'm more or less ripped. I don't have a 6-pack, but I do have a 4-pack, and that's because of my physique, right? But I'm at least I don't know where I'm at, but I'm probably down to the same body fat as Wes. I don't make as much money as Wes. I'm not going to compare myself to Wes, but statistically speaking, I'm in the top 2% of income earners. And what is it? And rare. Well, clearly the female delusion calculator shows me that I'm actually a very rare animal. So maybe I could wear that shirt. But no, they were asking, like, what's your typical morning look like? And I had to think about this, and I hate this fucking question because I've got this before. What does the rational male suggest as a reading list? You're not going to read it anyway. Even the last super chat guy, what's his name, was saying, I love your stuff. Yeah, but I've never read anything by it. Well, if I give you my top 10 books, you're not going to fucking read it anyways. And even the thing is, people keep asking me for a reading list. I could give you one. I can give you one right now. But if I tell you, hey, go read Robert Greene's Mastery, I think that's probably the first place I would start. Like, that's read 48 Laws of Power too. But are you going to read it? People go, oh, yeah, I'm going to go buy it right now. And they'll buy it. And they'll have it. And they'll read maybe 2 chapters of it. And they'll put it up and go, I'll get back to it later. But you want me to give you 10 fucking books from my reading list? Or else it's like, what does a morning look like for Rollo? Okay, well, here's what my morning looks like. I'll give it to you very, very briefly, because now we're at the end and I can fuck around. Since I moved to Vegas anyways, my mornings look like this. I get up, I get on my running gear. I put on my running shirt. I put on my very expensive running shoes. And I get my hat on backwards because I want to look like I'm under 56. No, because it's just how I do it when I run. And I grab my dog, Anna. And it's my wife and I take our dogs out because Ned can't run right now, but he can trot. He's actually he's healing quite well. Thank you for asking. We'll go around the block, Ned has to get out and get the smells and everything like that. He has to still be a dog, and he could run. He wants to run. But then when we're done, I'll go and I'll take Anna, and we run probably 2 miles there, 2 miles, so about 4 miles. I run about 4 miles every morning. And then I get back, and she gets to eat. And then I'll probably get something. I might get a protein shake or something like that. And then I'll check my emails. I'll check my socials for a bit. And then I get in my car and I go to Powerhouse Gym, and I lift for probably about an hour, maybe. I do it consistently, so I don't go for I went for 2 hours, whatever. I don't need to. I'm on TRT, so there's no secret there. And I occasionally work out with Hide Yamagishi. He's the guy who owns Powerhouse Gym in Las Vegas, along with Iris Kyle. They're both, well, I don't know if Iris is an Olympia. She's not Mrs. O, but she's won IFBB stuff. And I know that, well, Hide Yamagishi I have interviewed, and Hide is the IFBB world champion from last year. So I'll work out with him if he's around. We don't have like a thing. I don't like pay him to train me or anything, but if he's there, I do. And then I go back, and then I go to work. I do whatever I have to do. I have to do show prep. I got to write the next Substack. I usually just work for probably about 4 or 5 hours. Some of that's promotion. I am a one-man show, more or less. So I post stuff on Instagram. I post stuff I fuck around on Twitter too much. And then I do creative stuff. I'm working on books. I'm working on a brand of whiskey right now as well. Whatever iron I have in the fire that needs attention, that's what I get to. And then that's pretty much my morning. And it's not like I don't live the life of like Jocko Willink. I don't live the life of Wes Watson. Okay? I'll go hang out with friends. I'm trying to think of like a typical day, but they asked about what's your morning like. And the thing is that's always a stupid loaded question anyways, because people think that what you do in the morning are like, oh, these are the habits of very successful people, right? Your success. I want to know what your definition of success was. Now, what's a morning of a successful person look like? No one cares. No one's going to do it anyways. They're going to go right back to whatever the fuck they were doing until they change their minds about themselves. And that's really the conversation that needs to be had. But people ask those questions. They'll ask, what books do you read? What's your nutrition plan like? What's your workout like? What's a typical morning for you? What's the secret? What are the secret habits to your success? And the truth of that is busting my ass from anywhere between 40 to 60 hours a week. That's it. It's boring as fuck. And it has no application to you because you're not me, and you don't do the same things as me, and you don't have the same responsibilities, liabilities, and accountabilities that Rollo Tomasi has. Right? After I'm done here, I'm going to go and fuck around. I'm going to play guitar. I'm going to go paint something. I'm going to do whatever the fuck I want to. Right? But I'm not you, and you're not me. And the fact of the matter is that the reason why people fixate on your reading list or what you put in your fucking coffee, or what time you get up in the morning, or did you take a cold plunge? Did you spend 15 minutes in the sun? Trust me, I spend probably about an hour in the sun first thing in the morning because I'm running my ass off behind a dog that could probably run 45 miles an hour still. So how does Rollo stay in shape? Get yourself a fucking young greyhound and you will stay in shape. There's a secret to Rollo Tomasi's success. Foster a greyhound and adopt one. That's how you will be thinner. You'll be thinner in the wallet. You'll be thinner in your body. You'll be thinner in your food intake too. They're an expensive breed, but people don't want that. They don't want to hear what the real secret to your success is, which is busting your ass, which is dedicating yourself to something. So to ask me, the reason why people, it's simpler to ask somebody like, what do you eat for breakfast? I eat success niblets. No, no, I don't. I don't eat cereal. I fucking eat anything, really. What protein shake do you eat? Successio protein, something like that. Combat Success protein. What books do you read? There's Success, Mega Success, The Success Mindset, Success. That's a book. And then because people want an easy answer, that's why they want an easy solution. They want something that's going to make, they want money, muscles, and game out of one secret, one pill, one habit, and the real truth is you got to fucking bust your ass. That's what the truth is. It's like, it's hard fucking work. It's grind. Like I've mentioned this before, as usually it's like people go, "Oh, Roller, you're such a great guitarist, man. It must be great to have that talent and that God-given gift." Yeah, but it's practice. Oh man, you guys are so tight. You're such a great band, man. Wow, it looks so easy for you. Yeah, because we practice a lot. Wow, how did you get to be such a, have all this knowledge and recording and distribution and everything else? It's just amazing. I mean, it's just, how do you must be cut out for this. You must have a gene or something. Like, yeah, but it's also practice and bust my ass. That's what it is. You know why it looks easy? Because I bust my ass. That's why. It's doing it. What's the secret to being a guitar hero shredder? What's the secret to writing a book? Well, people ask me this all the time for as an author. How do I become a #1 best-selling author? Have a good idea, learn how to write well, and do it. 90% of people who write books they fail before they even start. They never get it out of the paper bag. I was just one of the Substacks that I subscribe to is authors, self-published authors Substack. And I had no idea how rare it is to have a best-selling book or a book that sells more than 1,000 copies as it is. I've sold hundreds of thousands, if not millions of copies of the first one, but how rare that is. Now that's as self-publishing. They were talking about how I was discussing this with Ryan Stone, how traditional publishing houses like Penguin and Simon & Schuster and some of these other ones that are they spend most of their money in advances for already successful proven authors. If you're trying, I hate to piss on anybody's Cheerios here, but if you're trying to write a book and you think you're going to get picked up by Random House or Penguin or Harlequin Romances or Simon & Schuster and stuff like that, just self-publish. Because all the money you think you're going to get, the only money in it is an advance, and you're not going to get it because they're too busy giving it to James Patterson or whoever else. They're giving it to the proven money makers, and occasionally they'll get a win, right? Or what they'll do is they'll wait until they see something like 50 Shades of Grey go huge as a self-published book, and then they'll buy your sequel to it. There's your tip for success. I'm not saying give up, keep going, but you get there because you bust your ass and grind. And it's not what you ate for breakfast, and it's not what your workout routine is, and it's not what you had a breakfast burrito instead of oatmeal. It's boring as fuck. People don't want to that's the secret. Here's the secret to success. You pretty much grind your ass off. Talent means something, don't get me wrong. But I don't mean shit unless you're actually doing something with it. You got to love it. You got to love doing what you do. I love doing this. I love writing. I love being who I am. I love being me. I love doing playing music. I love doing everything, all this shit. And if I didn't, I wouldn't do it. It's really as simple as that. And so if your brand is built on, hey, I was nothing and I became something. I was in prison. I was a piece of shit. I was a drug dealer. I was the worst pond scum of humanity. But look at me now. I've got a Rolls Royce Phantom. I've got a McLaren. I've got this. Oh, I'm a raging success. Okay. And here I have one secret as to how I did it. Only one? Well, one for this book. Yes. What do you say? Hey, Rolo, I have to say this. The last Access Vegas was a shit show. Yeah, that's pretty much what we do, is a shit show every week. Bring more uni chicks from university, from UNLV, you smart girls. Yeah, I didn't know. Okay. For the show, Riley was kind of that girl. She was the Wes Watson of the Texas Vegas show last Thursday. Sucked all the oxygen out of the room. Yeah. But yeah, and I like her, and I like chicks like that. It's just that after a while, the problem with them is you get to the point of diminishing returns too quick. If you get to the point of diminishing returns at the 2-hour mark, you're gold. If you get to it after the first 15 minutes, you're fucked. Riley was fun. I know she's talking shit about us right now. I don't care. I actually like her quite a bit. And I like all the girls that are on our show, and I'm supposed to, right? Well, I shouldn't say that. I'm not a big fan of Lana, and I'm not a big fan of Jen and Jen on the Block. And I'm not a big fan of a few of these girls because they were just like drag the show, or they're there because they're all brand too. And the only reason that they're on that show is because they want to stick it to Myron. Here's my opportunity. Here's my chance. Trust me, when we make the announcement that Myron and Fresh are going to be coming on Access Vegas, that week is when my inbox explodes, man. Probably Mike's too. And we have to turn chicks away. Like when we had Myron and Fresh on last, I think we had 14 girls respond that they wanted to be on the show. And we can't accommodate that many people in the room. So we kind of like have to pick and pull who we think is going to be a good fit with everything. But trust me, the girls who hate Myron jump at the chance to, I'm going to dress him down. I'm going to give him a piece of my mind. Yeah, but it's going to be a shit show and you're going to leave anyways. So do we really want that? Maybe. Yeah. Jen on the Block. Jen, yeah, you are correct about that, but she has an agenda. She's just trying to brand build. That's all. No, actually, you're incorrect about that, Mr. Chips. Would you like me to correct you? Would you like me to tell you why? How about I tell you this instead of you? How about this? You stop spamming the chat and I'll tell you exactly what's going on. 2 reasons. I left Rule Zero because one is I do not agree with Pearl. And I don't think that entertaining Pearl in any way, shape, or form is a good idea. And a lot of the guys were starting to do that. Glenn Lawrence was working for her, still probably is. I don't know what their situation is, but I do know that as of the Michael Knowles interview, he was billing himself and she was billing him as Pearl's producer. So we already know there's that connection. I was right about that. But even beyond that, I was like, I'm not saying I wouldn't come back to Rule Zero. I might still come back now and then. If they asked me to come back, I might probably do it. But like, I just don't. I don't know. I think my time has kind of come up with Rule Zero. I started Rule Zero. Ryan started Rule Zero. Troy started Rule Zero. MLD was an original member of Rule Zero. Rich Cooper was a member of Rule Zero. We were the original setup. It was me, Ryan, MLD, Troy. Hell, even Myron was part of Rule Zero for a while. I know. I'm not saying I wouldn't come back or do an occasional show with them again. It's no hard feelings. It's just that I just don't agree with anything that Pearl has to say. And I think that they're foolish to in any way entertain her whatsoever. Okay. And I think that by the way, Andrew Wilson also, I know Rachel, his wife, is very like tight with her in some way. And I'm just keep telling him, I said, she's all cool with you until she has no use for you. And then she'll throw you under the bus, just like she did with Miguel and Charlie. So you'll learn that lesson sooner or later, hopefully sooner than later. But any amount of clout you think you're going to generate by being on her good side, it will come to bite you in the ass at some point. Once you outlive your usefulness, assuming you had it at all. Her marketing plan is to ingratiate herself with the red pill, and she is basically a bad cover band of me, and has no business being. She's a net deficit to this, as I've proven on so many occasions I can't even remember. She's a net deficit to the red pill. She is the problem, a big fucking problem, and she is the one that everybody says, "Oh, look, well." Pearl said this. That's what the red pill's about. No, she does. She says that because she is one-dimensional and she is no better than a Wes Watson. She is all brand. Nothing comes out of her mouth that isn't brand. And if you can't see that, then there's nothing I got to say. I can't say anything. If I can't open your eyes to that shit, well, then you're just going to have to learn the hard way. So, and then, I mean, I'm busting my ass with Access Vegas, because the reason I moved down here was, well, at least in part, that's definitely part of it. I'm working more with Miguel and Charlie. I'm trying to expand my own show with Red One Studios. I want to do interviews. I'm also going to be doing some stuff with MOA. As I said, you guys already understand. I think I made this announcement last week. I'm doing the group with MOA, with Men of Action, for 45 to 65-year-old adult men who are coming out of a divorce, or maybe they never got married. But for that demographic of guys, because I think that there is a definite audience for that, but it's also, I think it's underserved. And so myself and my now partner, Joe Marin, we're coming together with a program for meetups and stuff like that, where we're not going to clubs, or we're not going to Zook. And I love those places, which is kind of disappointing to me, because I really like to go to Zook and Omnia. And I absolutely love Las Vegas. And I'm still going to do what I do, but I think that there's a demographic of guys who maybe, loud house music and, subs and everything else is just like too much for them. Or maybe it's not, but they're just sort of reintegrating themselves into the sexual marketplace after a bad divorce or a great divorce. And remember, 45 to 65 is the prime demographic for male self-deletion. So I'm working on that, building that up. It's not that I don't have time for Rule Zero. It takes a minute. What do I got to do? Make thumbnails? Okay. And I've kind of outlived, I've kind of like moved on from it, I guess, a little bit. I mean, Pearl was sort of like the catalyst for it, but I don't know. And like I said, first thing I told Ryan was, like I said, hey, look, I'm leaving the group, but it's not like I'll still do. I have done stuff with Ryan since then, and Ryan is still a very close, good friend of mine, and I will continue to work with Ryan. I know Pearl is harvesting attention and money from the newfound male simps all over the world. Yeah, she is. And there's nothing you can do about it. She's just going to continue to shit up the sphere until she realizes she's basically the female version of Destiny. Like, she's the butt of every joke. The liberals hate her and the conservatives hate her. She's useful. She serves as a foil. So does Destiny, by the way. Destiny serves as a foil, both for his liberal friends and for his progressivist friends, as well as the Daily Wire. He's basically the same thing. They're selling the same thing. They're the same brand. There's Destiny and there's Pearl. They're pretty much the same thing. Anyways, dude, I just spent the last 15 minutes telling you this. Brother, please pay attention. Go to detention for you. Go to the back of the class, Jerry. All right, guys, I'm done. Thanks for watching. Let's see. What do I got going on? I'm going to interview Joe Marin, I think, if he'll do it. I have a talk coming up that I'm just going to try to do Fridays from here. Wednesdays wasn't working out for me. The only times I can really get into, Red One Studios, Tuesdays, Wednesdays sometimes, and Fridays, because Thursday's Access Vegas Day. So I've decided on Fridays is going to be my, I guess, end week show. And I'm going to start with doing interviews. So I might interview Domo. I'm going to definitely interview Joe Marin, who's the guy I'm doing the older, mature gentleman's group with. I'm trying to think of what else. Whoever I find interesting. Just scoop people up off the street. There's a talk around the campfire. I might be going on Soft White Underbelly. I had James Sexton reached out to me and said they were interested, so that's a possibility. And what else? Tom Bellew, where Mike and I have a tentative. We don't have a date yet, but it's going to be sometime in May. We're looking at the Tom Bellew. I don't know how to pronounce his name. Bellew, it's French. So Tom Bellew in Los Angeles. So he's in LA. So is Soft White Underbelly in LA. So it's nice that they're on the West Coast. So I'll be doing that sometime soon, I presume. I will also be doing Masculine Geek on May 8th. Is it May 8th? Whatever that Wednesday is. What is that Wednesday? Hold on a second. Let me get the calendar. Yeah, Wednesday, May 8th. May 8th, I'll be doing my Dungeons and Dragons show on Masculine Geek. Just type in masculine. I don't have the URL, but type in Masculine Geek in the Tom Bill U. Is that it? Thanks, Sammy, my savior. Tom Bill U. But go and check out Masculine Geek. Go sub to that. It's really good conversation. I kind of want to do more with Vince and the rest of the guys, because especially with like my Warhammer fixation getting sort of wokesied. And then, you know, I just like talking about pop culture and shit like that from a red pill perspective. But I do my Dungeons and Dragons game on this Wednesday, May 8th. So I'll be doing that. And then, of course, Thursday, we have Access Vegas coming up once again. If you are in the Las Vegas area and you want to sit in the green room, or you want to come down, shake hands, you want to in some way like meet the people responsible for the show, it's always open. Let me know when. You just hit me up on Instagram or give me a DM on Instagram, and hit me up on Twitter. And I'll make a reservation for you in the green room at the very least. So you come on down to Sticky Paws Studios in Las Vegas, Nevada, and I'm more than happy to come down. If you have a book you want me to sign, that's where I am pretty much every Thursday. And then middle of May 14th through the 19th, Mike and I will be in Miami. I will be doing Saucecast at Valuetainment. That's already on the books. That'll be that Thursday, which I believe is the 16th. And then we'll also be doing Myron and Fresh and Fit will be there. We'll be doing, I'm trying to work out a date for the Danza Project again, because we really had a good time doing Danza Project. Pressing the club on his card. Thank you. So if I can work it out with Miguel at Danza Project, we're going to do that. And then I'm probably going to book a fishing trip when I'm there. And that might be on that Friday. So I'll see who I can rope into going deep sea fishing for at least half a day. And then the 18th will be the white party at, I think it's at the SLS. It's at the SLS. And if you want to go, it's open. You can buy tickets to this if you are in that area. If you're in Fort Lauderdale, Miami area, it's the charity. It is Babes in Toyland. I believe it is for Animal Rescue for this one. And this is like the big event. This is like the biggest one is in Miami. It's the white party. It goes to it's everybody, and you have to wear white. It's actually a real white party. And you want the most beautiful women on plane. Go fish where the fish are. This is where the fish are. This is the pond. This is like the biggest event for Babes in Toyland. I would like to say Vegas is too, but like this is always fun. And it's a big deal. They have I think they have it's not black tape, but it's white tape for some of the girls that are there. I know there's and all the girls just want to show off the whole time. And it's really a good time. So, and it's for a good cause. So check that out. That's on the 18th of May, Saturday at the SLS in Miami. I'm pretty sure you can probably find it on Instagram or anywhere else. If you want to buy a ticket, I will be there. I'll be happy again to sign books or to shake your hands or talk with you, whatever you want. So I'll be there. Also, as I said, I'll be in Miami with Fresh and Fit. If you know where that is, it's in Brickell. I'll be happy to meet up with anybody there as well. So that's it for today, guys. Thank you for watching. Appreciate. Thank you for all your super chats. Sammy, thanks for being in the chat. Much appreciated. And I will see you guys next week. Bye, guys.
I need to feel you on top of me. It was my first time, but I was just a kid when we met and went to bed. It was my first time. What do you expect from me? I'm breaking up the rules now in the game. I've got some new tools. Please do the same. Time came by when over like a matchbox stereo. Time to keep my thoughts now, let go. Bound to keep me bedroom, whole time stopping and stopping with the head. Like she's calling you Kelly. So baby, why me? Ride me up and down like a pony. Turning up my song, getting messy. Working up and down on your body. Why me? Ride me up and down like a pony. Turning up my song on your body. Baby, we'll get down to it all night. But maybe we can fuck again. And maybe things are different. Damn, baby, one more again. Won't you put it on me one more again? I need to know. And maybe we can fuck again. And maybe things are different. Damn, baby, one more again.
Preceding podcast has been a production of the Rational Male. All rights reserved. Registered trademark. Don't feel red off.